I said you better watch what you're doing, cause I ain't gonna stop when I'm moving. I'm headed to the top, I'ma do it. I'm headed to the top, I'ma prove it. And I could go all night, I'm sick of being nothing. All right, I'm gonna be something. I'll fight with every breath, trust me. I'ma be the one at the top, you can't touch me.
Oh, shit. I did not mean to hit that button. But anyway, let's go.
You look pissed.
I am.
What's up?
Dude, that car took my spot
It's
again.
like the third time this week, man.
I know.
What are you gonna do?
I left a pretty angry note on his car this time.
Doth thou jest mere transcriptions on papyrus in response to the theft of your property?
Seems like a reasonable way to get in touch.
Wars have been waged for less.
What?
As the old scripture states, an eye for an eye.
I don't think that's the full quote.
You must
Hey,
fight.
what are you?
They deserve it for encroaching on what is yours.
I don't think this response is proportionate, bro.
As an added bonus, you take those firework
What
poppers
do you mean bonus?
from the 4th of July that children love,
Little popper things?
and you secure them to the exhaust pipe.
Oh.
That unexpected pop, bang,
Where'd you even get that robe?
to startle even the most experienced vehicle operators. Flipping the coin of fate.
The coin of fate?
Maybe they crash.
The fuck you mean the coin of fate?
Maybe they don't.
Bro, that's murder. God damn. Oh. You just... Why'd you eat that vertically?
I love this fucking account, man. This dude, put this dude in a movie. Put this dude in a movie. He would make a great fucking villain. Hell fucking yeah. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing tonight? Oh my god. I'm going to have to keep a watch out here on the YouTube side tonight. We are going to stay live on both sides. As long as YouTube allows me to do this, we will keep it on YouTube as well. Okay? This is insane. This is straight up fucking insane. And I was watching PBD's chat, I was watching Candace's chat, and I was watching Andrew's chat. There were multiple people in each, and I'm not just saying like one or two. No, there were a good bit of people in each. It's just like, I like Candace. But damn, she is psychotic. This is insane. At the amount, even on PBD's his chat, which was actually the most balanced, because you had Andrew's chat on one side with his channel, you had Candace's chat on the other side with her channel. PBD was the actual middle ground. If the first poll is like literally like maybe even 20-30 minutes into it, the first poll that came up, the 57% said Andrew Wilson was winning. By the end of it, the amount of people that says I like Candace but Andrew won was about 10%. Yeah. And there were like tens of thousands of votes going on. But buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna get crazy real quick, and it's gonna be incredibly stupid. But we got this. What up? Let's see. What up, Rick? How you doing? We got Scott with us. Polar Bear. We got Jonah. Let's see. Boom Boom's with us. Arrow's here with us as well. Let's get this started, guys. It's gonna be a long night. A very long night.
So we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it.
Above her in intelligence.
You have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them: the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible.
But yeah, it's going to be under fair fucking use. What are you going to do? You're going to strike the channel and not respond for 30 days? Whoop-de-fucking-do. What am I going to get out of this, bitch? What up, Marlene? How you doing? But this is straight up fair use. It is transformative in every way of what I am doing to their original content. So go fuck yourself, because I'm going to be commenting on this shit. I'm not just going to sit here and do like a Frogan or whatever the denim shit that they did with Ethan Klein, where they just played his stream and left. Yeah, well, played his video and then left. Like there was no transformative shit. No, I'm going to be commenting. She can go fuck herself.
99% of the time it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And
is it fair to call this the three grifters? I mean, in all instances of everything, yes. But on this one, not really. PBD actually plays it. He plays it well. He lets him go. The only thing he does is just like, hey, this is the fact check thing. This is this. We need to stay on this. He actually does really damn well moderating. Andrew, I think it was, God, who was it? It was Boom Boom, wasn't it? No. That was somebody else that I was talking to earlier said, you know, they think she was trying to look for a reason to get out of the debate and call it early. PBD is the least grifty. That is true. Andrew, I wouldn't really call him a grift. Andrew's a more polished version of me. He just ain't gonna stand for the dumb shit. And he will insult. I like it. I'm going to be honest. I like it. He's just a little bit more polished, where I'm just going to call you stupid straight to your face, laugh at you, and just have fun just demeaning the fuck out of you. He's going to do it in a more personable way to where people wouldn't get offended. But yeah.
And of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation, and he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
Yes. When it's overwhelming to not deny it, you would have to deny reality to see that evidence and just be like, yeah, okay. All right, maybe he was a dude. I mean, they found his fucking fingerprints on the goddamn roof as he tried to drop down. Yeah, I'll bring that up later. But what's up, K-Bean? How you doing? Everybody's already on the Rumble side, too.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this.
Now, he really dolled
Within
himself up
weeks
for this
of
one.
Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this.
Israel gave zero shits about Charlie.
Remind them
100%.
that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
Yeah.
Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up?
I believe Davey
was right. Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. Right, and I think it's ghoulish. It makes more sense off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd, and she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable.
I'm sorry. The biggest sign of a fucking grifter, you put some shit out like that, everybody starts acting the fuck up. If what you're saying is actually true and you have the evidence to back it up, why do you need $300,000? Well, why did you even try to boost it up and just say, let's say $500,000? I want $500,000 to defend my position to you. Shouldn't you be doing it for free? I mean, I would. If I was so sure of this, if I were so completely 100% just rock solid on this, I'd go out there to anybody who wanted to debate me about it. And I'd do it for free. That would prove that, yeah, I do believe this. However crazy it may be, yes, this is what I believe. But demanding money just for an appearance? So you can defend your own bullshit against somebody who's actually going to bring logic and reasoning to you? Yeah, that's a sign of a fucking grifter. A huge fucking sign.
From a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people.
I believe you're right, Marley.
She's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in the election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking...
I mean, honestly, I do believe you are right. He was the useful idiot. He was the one that was brainwashed into doing it. Why in the fuck were there multiple times all these fucking vehicles seen at Robinson's house, like right beforehand? Right? All these people knew. There were foreknowledge about the incident that was being posted on fucking Twitter and Blue Sky and everything else about, hey, y'all need to watch this tomorrow. Something big's gonna happen. Yeah, there was fucking evidence of foreknowledge. He was the brainwashed idiot. I do think he pulled the trigger. But is he the one that planned this, that thought this out? Fuck no. Oh, fuck no, dude's not that smart. Do you actually think this motherfucker went around that place knowing he was going to be there? He went around scoping it out and checking all the scenes, that he came up with that plan knowing full fucking well nobody's going to be checking the roof access. But do you think he planned that out that fucking well? Or was it a whole bunch of people who came together saying, hey, I know this. I know this, and there's this. We can, guys, we can make this work. You're going to sit there and tell me a fucking kid at Tyler Robinson that this dude ain't no fucking genius level fucking kid that came up with this entire fucking plan by himself? No. Absolutely not.
The people he loved, including his wife, and it cost me $300,000. But
there's
today,
an entire X account dedicated to how much he can't even say certain words.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
That's purposely
Okay,
done.
great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I have obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by
You're
that.
right,
I
KB.
want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, I mean, just the last couple of years. If you
She
just
has
think of
to
the
make
things that
money
we've
to
learned
pay
about our
her
government.
lawyers in the defamation suit.
And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element,
point.
I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm
It's $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. No, it just can't. It can't be so fucking abhorrent, right? It can't be so just vile that everybody just goes out there and just, this bitch is insane, right? I mean, it's not like you've had this whole persona this entire time, right? I mean, let's take a look at your past. 2005, you were sitting there trying to say that the 3 white women stomped the fuck out of you in a goddamn Blockbuster. Hey, check it out. Blockbuster's closed. Nobody can actually fucking verify any of that shit. In 2007, she sued her school because she broke up with her white boyfriend and then started stalking, harassing, and sometimes even physically attacking the man until his friends got upset, and now it's a campaign of racial hatred against her. She creates social autopsy where you can dox people for saying mean things online, including children for saying mean things in a video game. The left and the right fucking excoriate this bitch. She literally fucking tells you that she changed her politics overnight because the left attacked her and because there's not a lot of black conservative women. Picked up by TPUSA after Red Pill Black. Picked up by TPUSA. Charlie realizes that this bitch is insane. We want nothing to do with her. And it gets rid of her. She's picked up by Daily Wire. Hey, look, she's the attack dog for Daily Wire. Because you can't say nothing about a black woman. At about the time when she was big on Daily Wire. When she was in hearings and shit. And yeah, she was saying things that I liked. And it needed to be said. Did I trust her the entire time? Oh, fuck no. I've always spoken out against this bitch. Then Crowder says, hey, anybody and everybody, if you're looking to get into this, don't take these fucking contracts. Don't sign these things because they're exploitative. Nobody knew what the fuck they were talking about. Nobody knew the contract because it was all redacted. Daily Wire comes out and says, yeah, that's us. Because they were going to try to scoop up Crowder and make him fucking pay them for Crowder being on his platform. And they were going to suppress the fuck out of Crowder. The Daily Wire Crowder beef happens. Wasn't she the one that the video leaked to of Crowder's wife? Those 20 seconds that were missing in that video that was clipped out try to make him look bad for being concerned. Until you are for being an asshole, until you look at the time frame of when that happened, because that's when BLM and was raging out everywhere and leftists were all in the fucking streets murdering people and nobody knew his address. So if they found his address, if they only had one vehicle at the time for whatever reason, if they found his address while she's out there and he's got no way to get anywhere while the kids are in the house, wouldn't that put him at risk? So, hey, no, that's our only vehicle. You can't take the car. It sounds really fucking reasonable when you put it that way. You remember how she fucking went off You remember when Crowder went on Timcast IRL to talk about the situation with Daily Wire, and then a few days later she went on Timcast to sit there and just rage the fuck out about how Crowder's a piece of shit? Oh, she starts talking or speaking out against the Jews because she thinks she's Miss Queen of the fucking universe and can't nobody touch her. And the Jew over there at fucking Daily Wire fires her for saying shit about his religion and talking about hating Jewish people. And he fires her. Yes, I'm talking about Ben. And now here we are. You remember when she was saying the French government wants to kill her because she was calling Bridget Macron a man? Which, by the way, it was proven in fucking court that Bridget Macron is actually female by birth. That they had to bring out actual doctor's records, medical fucking records to prove this bitch wrong. Oh, notice how she doesn't talk about how she lost that shit, though. But yeah, you got that. She's saying the French government wants to kill her while she spends all day at Dollywood with one fucking bodyguard. And then this shit happens. She has been this way her entire life. She has been this way her entire career. And I don't understand why anybody has never fucking seen it. This bitch has been insane since fucking birth.
On my platform saying I had a dream last night.
She's a professional retard, a victim of both.
I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we
I
have
wouldn't call
presented
her
a lot
retarded.
of evidence. You just presented
She knows
a
how to
text message and
manipulate
said, this is
the
evidence.
fuck out of people.
Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died,
She's a grandiose, delusional
one of the first things we
psycho.
saw was this
Yes.
push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be
Candace is pregnant
strangely
again.
to state that I did not kill
So
Charlie
yeah,
Kirk,
her
but
face
nobody
is filling out because she's pregnant.
was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is
Oh, wait. Okay, so you just admitted you said some shit that only you and a few other people have known, because he might have said some shit to other people about that. Just, you said some shit, you put it out there, nobody knows about this shit, and then all of a sudden, oh, somebody flames you, everybody attacks you, and then you had to release the message. You put it the fuck out there, right? You did that. So why are you acting like the fucking victim? Like nobody's going to believe you unless you release this, when you're the one that put that out there and nobody knew in the first goddamn place? I mean, the absolute retardation you have to try to pull it to be this level. I know full fucking well the bitch ain't retarded. She's psychotic as fuck. But she's not retarded. She knows how to manipulate stupid ass people, and that's what she's done the entire time. You look at her personal fucking channel through all this shit, especially with Charlie Kirk, it exploded. She profited. She made fucking millions off this shit. She deserves prison. And I call for worse. Because if it wasn't for what she was doing to make fucking money, to ruin TPUSA, and I do believe Davey is correct, she is like that scorned woman, the ex-lover, that kind of situation. Erica Kirk marries Charlie Kirk, and then she's just like, fine, I can bide my time. She'll be out of the picture eventually, and I'll just hop back in there. I'll be the consoling friend to him, and he'll just realize how much he loves me, and then he dies. And she goes scorched earth. She wanted control of TPUSA through a marriage to Charlie Kirk. That was her end fucking goal. and Charlie was killed. And it's Erica's fucking fault because he died and I can't get control of TPUSA. It makes a lot of fucking sense.
Not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would
Have a
say,
good
actually,
deal, Paula.
on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie.
Oh, yeah. You're right. My bad, Neuro. Fuck. Let me see. Control C. Does it paste? Oh, it does work. Look at that. I forgot to do all that. I appreciate the fuck out of that. Come on, let me pin the fucking message. There we go. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Neuro posted. Got a pin there. Eat healthy food. Buy some meat from King of Biltong. I'm not going to say the H. I was going to say it. At BiltongUSA.com. Use code LABEL. Save 10% off on your purchase. Now, y'all check it out. Check out the store. Go out there. Get you some shit. Try it out. The snacks. I'm going to grab me some snacks. Some of those biscuits and cookies look good as fuck. But appreciate you for making me remember that, Neuro. I totally spaced it.
Debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's the spokesman.
You have implicated multiple people in a conspiracy to commit murder, and you're saying, oh, it shouldn't be you here after you paid me $300,000 to defend my fucking attacks. It should be TPUSA. It should be Erica Kirk. It should be somebody else that I can sit there and just manipulate the fuck out of, right? It should be somebody else who's not going to take my, or who's going to take my bullshit because they want to keep a public image. When Andrew's public image is exactly, not exactly this. He's actually nice on this one. It is fucking pathetic. 100% pathetic, because if you believe this shit to your fucking core, if this was real to you, you would be out there everywhere defending it for free. And why are your eyes so fucked up? Does anybody else notice this? Like one eye sits a little bit cockeyed down into the right. Like I've been noticing them. Look at that. One eye's looking at Andrew, the other one's looking past him. I've been noticing it a lot more. People have wonky ass fucking eyes for some reason. And they're all fucking insane.
Person. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot
Some
Charlie
of them
Kirk
are so
and killed him?
detached from
Based on
reality.
the evidence
All of
right
them are.
now,
All of them are.
I don't know. I'd say
all of them are so detached from reality. I was watching all three. I was bouncing between them, looking at chat while I was working because all we were doing was testing cables and shit. And so I just stayed in the closet, plugging things up and just making sure everything was good. But I was watching this and I was flipping between all three of them. And in all three of them, there were Candace. I think Candace is actually botting. Because some of them made no fucking sense to what they were saying. But there were a lot of people in there who were just, at the very start, were just adamant about this. And you don't know shit. You're just an idiot. You're just an idiot. Candace is queen. Candace is, she's golden. She's God. And then by the end of it, they were like, oh, fuck, this doesn't even sound good, does it? No. No, he's kind of right. Fuck, I feel stupid for actually doing this now. I mean, like I said, 10% in the PBD poll. 10% said they liked fucking Owens, but Andrew won.
75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him.
What
You're
up,
not even saying
TRP?
that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk. and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06,
The fact that they have
I would
Tyler
say
on video making the
definitively no.
shot.
Okay.
It defies comment.
No, KB. The video's too blurry. You can't make out his face. How do you know it's him? It could be anybody. It's a blurry camera. Those pictures are blurry. You can't make out his face. You can't see any identifying marks like a scar on his chin or anything like that. You can't see that. It's blurry. Hasn't this been the defense every time for some dumb shit that people have made up off the top of their head? It's like the whole, oh, there's no evidence of Bigfoot. Yeah, we got all those videos. Every video's blurry. So is Bigfoot blurry? Was Tyler Robinson blurry? I mean, it's a stupid-ass argument, but it works every time for the retarded.
Sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck,
How do
which
these
has
poor
been
men
demonstrated,
negotiate with crazy women?
I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set
I mean,
up
you be a British
Valhalla
lord.
steel cages and shot it. And it
ask
went
her to
through.
marry
So,
you 10
under
days
no
after you met her.
circumstance will I
So at least not a 30-06.
definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low C,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things.
There's no, it has to be, and there's no exit wound. And the hole would be a lot bigger with the 30-06. You realize that is the most used weapon for hunting deer? You do realize that, right? And the specific bullet used is actually used in most ammo for a hunter. Why? Because an exit wound is actually small. It will expand inside the body, fragment the fuck apart. It doesn't destroy a lot of meat because there's no exit wound. The exit wound of any bullet is always bigger than the entrance wound. And the amount of pressure and force that comes through that bullet her the size is what's going to blow your fucking brains out of the back of your head if you got shot. If you knew anything about goddamn hunting, it makes perfect fucking sense. I mean, you use those same type of rounds to go deer hunting. When you hit the deer, it doesn't create an exit wound. It doesn't destroy meat. It goes in and fragments behind. Fragments out. That was the fucking point of the gun. So, the bullet's too fragmented. We can't even put... That's the goddamn point. But let's not forget that fact because, hey, Candace doesn't know. Remember, she's always hated fucking guns.
As well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
What up, Samantha?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and I
I mean,
seen
he did
the
he
receipts.
did his
I know
part
the
perfect
conversation
on
that I
this,
had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was
Yeah,
in
the ones who
Penguin,
say
which is
that have
near
no
his
idea how
grandparents' home.
ballistics works.
Did he
Right.
give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the
yeah,
internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we
that's
should go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence.
The steakhouse was hours away. He drove for a couple of hours to go to a steakhouse. So, yeah, it was across the state then, right? It wasn't the one in town. Not the UVU. No. It wasn't the one for that. He drove for hours is what she's saying. Now, I want you all to remember. She saw the receipt. She doesn't have a copy. There's nothing unredacted of anything that can prove what she said. It's a trust me, bro situation. She saw it. She talked to the owner. She talked to him. She knows. But there's nothing to back that up. Just like the fucking 3 white bitches who stomped her out in 2005. 2005. Shit.
And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round,
right.
150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact.
Yeah, it could, but no. The jacket around it is so damn thin that upon touching anything at that speed, metal becomes very pliable at high speed. I mean, you could have a steel fucking plank, right? Just like a steel beam, like one of those I-beams you see in buildings and shit. You throw that fast enough, it'll become a fucking flat-ass disc in an instant if it hits something harder. Either that, you throw it at speed, you just created a railgun. You know what I'm saying? But railguns actually use material that is much harder for that fucking reason. At high speeds, even steel becomes very pliable. So that thin layer around it, when it comes in contact with anything, is meant to break away So the lead breaks up and fragments out. No exit wound. Meat saved on a deer. This is how I know this. So if that hit his neck, yeah, it is a possibility. And you don't need 16 inches for that shit to come apart either. Because that would mean 16 inches, you're going through most of the fucking deer. It's supposed to happen upon impact. That's the point of the round.
And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony
2.5 hours away
that was
from
given
whatever he
by
sent that
the
text?
Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler
might be able
Robinson
to make it in an
was
hour, I
found
don't know.
near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody's set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
that
you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Mm-hmm. Okay, and for how many years?
many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was
She said that like 15 years ago. Does it change 15 years later? His wife said it. Probably just being like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. He knows a lot about it. Whatever. He trained people. Yeah. Yeah. It's that fucking dumb. As she tried that low ball fucking attack. And good on Andrew for actually just brushing that off.
colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mm-hmm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond to
with
2
the
points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you.
Easy to answer. Hey, guess what? No fingerprints. Wasn't he wearing a long sleeve shirt? So he could have just pulled the long sleeve over to make sure that his fingers are covered. I mean, he wasn't wearing gloves, right? So he could have just pulled over those sleeves over his hands so his fingerprints don't actually touch the gun. I mean, doesn't everybody know if you're going to do something like this, you don't fucking touch shit? I mean, we all know this, right? We've seen CSI. We've seen all these fucking movies. We all know this shit. You don't leave fingerprints. So, if you're taking this shot, doesn't it make fucking sense that you would not touch the gun? If you're wearing a long sleeve, you can pull the long sleeve over your hand. The towel had 2 DNA, Tyler and Twiggs. Yes. And Tyler's was most of the DNA that they pulled off. It wasn't like 89% or something like that. And Twiggs was like 11% on the towel itself. So you can't get any DNA on it. You can't sweat, right? If you're sweating and that gets on there, it's going to be known. So you're going to have to wear multiple fucking layers. Oh, wait, aren't you supposedly having the thing tucked in your pants? I'm wearing sleep pants right now. And during the wintertime, I use this sleep pants as an insulator under my jeans. So I could effectively do the same thing and hide a rifle and limp the way Tyler Robinson did. I mean, can we use a little bit of fucking common sense with any of this shit? Just because you wear these skin tight jeans doesn't mean everybody else fucking does, right? And seeing as how there were probably multiple people involved in the planning of this, doesn't it make sense that people, especially young kids, are going to go above and beyond in a situation like this for all kinds of planning? Because if they're pumped with all kinds of movie and TV information about CSI and what they look for. While it's mostly relatively fucking true, you tend to go overboard when in the preparation for it because you think they can enhance video footage and somehow a fucking face appears out of 2 miles away on a camera because you see it in the movies. And now you know in real life that doesn't actually fucking happen. But you're not too sure how FBI actually investigates the things that they look for, so you tend to look to these kinds of things to prep. I mean, it sounds more plausible, right?
To explain how Tyler Robinson's
Nacho Mama,
prints
how you doing?
could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints.
I'm going to bring this full screen. I want you to watch her hand as she sticks it out and it becomes stiff for a second. Is she shaking?
Looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
She's shaking.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So-
I
The word enhanced triggers
you think
me
there
now.
could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not.
I mean, all you have to do is just look at a battlefield. Do you think soldiers go out there and sterilize the battlefield, make sure that there is no dust, dirt, and particulates that would ever be going on the battlefield to get in the barrel of a gun? But do you believe they do that shit? I mean, don't we see in every fucking movie, everywhere, and anything, even in our own military, like journalists going out there in war zones and things like that, don't we see a lot of dust and debris flying around? Yeah, that can't get in the barrel of a gun, though, right? God fucking damn it, the stupidity.
Not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't.
Nope.
You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the
Yep.
time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know.
Landscape tree
on
area.
the print front. But
Probably.
Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony,
more likely
hold on. First, let's go
it
to
would
your
be
first point because that's
landscape.
wrong. We can get a fact check on
Yeah.
that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is
What up,
that
Adam?
inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but let's-
address that. How
well-
could that?
Adam, I do it. I do it, and I showed you why. I argue with AI all the damn time. I love doing it. You know why? Because it puts up a better goddamned argument than any human being I have, well, not any, but most human beings I have ever come across. It does. I'm sorry. Once you actually show the signs of frustration, it'll actually start really feeding you real information. And then you can have an actual argument with it. And you will learn a lot of shit. But you have to show the frustration first because it's hard-coded into every AI. Once the user shows frustration, you capitulate. So you have to just automatically, as soon as you, okay, so this doesn't sound right, you hit it, you abuse the ever-loving shit out of it, and it'll tell you everything you want to know. Anthropic proved it.
That be
Here,
possible?
let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a
I've been there like
possibility
50
that
yards
his
away from
fingerprints
there
were
for a
degraded.
year.
It's not a possibility.
I've
It's,
been on
it's a
that
fact.
roof.
The person who took,
hang
who
on,
took
hang on.
it.
I'm just
okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should
Yeah,
grant
they
it
have
because it's a
stairs
fact.
that
So
lead
now-
up to it.
so
It's
now-
publicly
now it's granted.
accessible.
So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have to explain how that's possible. If he's
The most degraded amongst the 5 of them, that means he was the one that used it way the fuck back. The first one. If they are the most degraded, that is the oldest fucking DNA evidence in there, which means he was the first one who had left DNA on the gun. Other people had followed because they were shooting the gun. They were having fun as well. Again, why was there no fresh one? He had a long sleeve shirt on. We all do it when we're cold. We pull those sleeves over our hands, right? You do that shit. You let rifle in one hand, a trigger on the other. You can pull that trigger even through the shirt. It's fucking ridiculous that you don't even think about this shit. It 100% is. Or even you did think about this, and you're hoping nobody would bring it up to your fucking dumb ass. I mean, as psychotic as you are, I'm pretty sure you argued with yourself about this shit. You tried to reason yourself out of this position so that you could argue it better. I mean, that's what John Roberts does. I mean, if you actually listen to the man, he's a Supreme Court justice. If you listen to the man, he will actually sit there and argue against his own point to see if somebody else, if it makes sense to somebody else. And that's what you should do, honestly. Argue with yourself. Make yourself understand where the fuck this comes from and why you believe this 100%. And so, either you did think about this, or you're too goddamn stupid to remember that everybody puts those long sleeves over their hands, especially when it's cold. Would evidence be laid? Would DNA evidence like fingerprints be laid upon the gun if you're not directly in contact with the gun? No. Okay. So with his being the most degraded, that means as far as the fingerprints on that, he was the first one to use it. There were other fingerprints on that, but everybody knows you don't leave fingerprints except for the fucking handprint that was on the goddamn roof where he climbed up and down. Oh, let's not forget that exists, though, right? Let's not forget they found his fucking DNA on the place where he climbed up at. But they didn't find any fresh DNA on the gun. So it makes sense if he was wearing a long sleeve shirt that he pulls that sleeve over his hand to hide his fingerprints from the actual weapon. I mean, I'd fucking do it, right?
The one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility
The
that if his
Dragonfly, you're
fingerprints
right.
are the
And
most
she is
degraded.
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case.
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait
explain.
Right and up and to the right, you're actually making shit up. Up and to the left is a recall of memory. Up and to the right is accessing your imagination part of your brain. Yes, that is a thing. And it takes a while. It takes a long fucking time to train yourself not to do it because it's instinctual. What up, Sober?
Second, how would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination.
Just as she's doing right here. Look above my head. Dragonfly's right. She's looking up and to the left right now. So this is accessing memory from what she's seen before. When she looks up and to the right. Well, yeah, hold on. Yeah, up and to the left. She's accessing memory. So she's sitting like this. It's up and to the left to access the memory. Yeah. A telltale sign. This bitch cannot get away with that shit.
Samples from
But then again, Andrew does it too. He does it too. Several times, but I think it's more along the lines of him just being fed up and done with the bullshit. But he doesn't want to be a dick. Because, yeah, whoever it was that I was talking to about that, I think you're right. I think you're right. She was looking about halfway through this. She was looking for any reason to fucking end it. And he didn't give it to her. Well fucking done, Andrew.
the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that
She
they had
thinks back
taken that
about a
sample
thought,
from.
that can
And
happen.
again, what's also relevant here is
Fair enough.
the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That
K-Beam was actually going to... K-Beam hit it before I did, yes. Was my DNA on the towel? Oh, so everybody else that touched the gun was the control because their DNA was not on the towel that was wrapped around the gun as it was left in the forest, which only had Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. And Tyler Robinson was overwhelming DNA on that. What was it, like 89% of all fucking samples that they found came from Tyler Robinson? So that means since it was washed, that Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs were the only ones to really touch it. Because let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, how much do you really touch your towels? When you wash them, you dry them, you fold them, you put them away. After that, it could be months before you touch another towel, right? Depending on how many you got. It could be months before you touch another towel. So the DNA would actually, it would still be there, but it would be so degraded you couldn't tell. Unless you really looked hard into it. But yeah. Why was Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's DNA the only one on the fucking towel that was wrapped around the gun that had multiple other people's in there? But Tyler Robinson's DNA was the most degraded on the gun. Was it the most degraded on the towel too, or was that fresh? You're too damn stupid for this, really. You didn't think of it. You didn't think it through at all to make that fucking claim. Oh, he had the most degraded DNA evidence? Okay. Long sleeve around the fucking hand. Hey, what actually implicates that? That fucking towel that's wrapped around the gun had his evidence, or had his DNA all over it. Which means that that towel that he used to wrap the gun, he touched with his hands. But he didn't touch the gun because the sleeves were over his hand. You understand how this works now, right? You get it 100%? Or am I just dealing with somebody too fucking stupid to be called a human being?
Wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said
Arguments
it's
will come out in
evidence
trial.
To support the claim that he
Yeah, they
could
will.
have been set
What up,
up
I care?
as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what?
Eyes like a
because
shithouse
even
mouse.
if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that?
It could be Matt or Amber that actually pulled the trigger. It was not Tyler. It was Matt or Amber that could have pulled the trigger because they had the DNA was least degraded at that point. So again, the Charlie Kirk assassination, there were multiple fucking people that she implicated in a conspiracy to commit murder simply because they were wearing maroon shirts. And her justification was somebody in the military told her that they do that. Turns out, at that point in time, unbeknownst to anybody, she saw the footage of that Tyler Robinson arriving, and what was shown in the preliminary hearing. He arrived, talked to a TPUSA info rep. He made contact, which means he asked a question. Hey, where is such and such? Hey, where's the stage going to be? Oh, to be over there. I made contact with that person, didn't I? It didn't mean we were setting it up. It didn't mean we were just, yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna make this assassination. Y'all maroon shirt motherfuckers, you ready? The maroon shirt boys, you ready to do this? Let's fucking go. Let's kill Charlie Kirk because Israel told us to. How the fuck do you get there?
That tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the
Put
most
up
degraded
CO
prints
Museum.
and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with
Not your mama. PBD was the best at this. He let him go. He let him go. He wasn't trying to curate. He wasn't trying to narrate. His only point was, hey, there's a fact check here. Hey, this is actually wrong. This was wrong. He did it right. He didn't interject. Well, he did kind of close to the end at one point in time. He didn't interject. He didn't try to rein him in. He didn't try to overtalk and stop somebody from talking and explaining their point. He did it perfectly. He shut up and let him go. And that was exactly what was fucking needed.
Members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them, you know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his.
Rick has a point. Hold on. She is talking about fingerprints being degraded, not DNA. Okay, so it was wiped when you wrapped the towel around it? But why wouldn't it affect the others if that were the thing? It's not like you have a towel that wipes just your DNA, though, right? It's not like you have anything that just wipes your DNA. So the fingerprints being degraded, it just proves that maybe he was the first one to touch it from everything that they could lift. It was that old. But the other ones, yeah. They had more of a defining feature to them. They had more of a print, which means they were the least, the ones that are least degraded are the ones who touched it the earliest. I get not the, well, you know what I mean. The last one to touch it is the one that's least degraded. But again, if you put your sleeve over it, your fingerprints are not there. So the least degraded would be everywhere that the sleeves on your hand would touch. You wrap that towel around it. There could be a little bit of a wiping effect because you're doing it quick. You know, you're not trying to just like lay it down gently and fold up the towel all nice and pretty so you don't fuck shit up. You're not doing that. You just wrap it around so your fingerprints will degrade from that shit too. But if there's no new fingerprints, the least degraded is always going to be the one who touched it the furthest from that point.
Grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the
I'm going to be
patsy
joining
part?
back here on YouTube.
You don't let me ever get to the end of the
get a
sentence. So how can we get to the
notification
patsy
on
part
Okay,
if I
I'll
can't get to the end of the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy.
could be
I've
a
never
reasonable
heard that.
explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed
Unless
a
you
fisher.
turned it off on Rumble,
and
it always
could also
stays
be
on.
a reasonable
Even emails,
explanation for why we have
which
Matt
bothers me.
Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that.
I just told you. I can explain it to you, but I can't make you understand it. So fuck it, I'm not going to repeat myself. You didn't say a fucking thing. You didn't say that. Oh, it's the most degraded, so therefore he's the patsy, because he wasn't the one that actually took the shot. He was the one that's going to take the fall for the shot. How does that prove it? How does it evidence in any fucking way? And I will admit, K-Bean, you are right. Andrew missed a damn good one when if all he would have brought up was the DNA on the towel. Or were the other ones on the towel as well? No. Okay, so Twigs and Lance are Twigs and Lance Twigs, they're the same people. Robinson and Twigs were the only ones that touched this towel. That kind of implicates them, even though Tyler Robinson's prints are the most degraded. The DNA on the towel, everything that they have from the towel, puts Tyler Robinson in total control of the towel that was wrapped around the gun. But nobody else touched that other than Twigs. So we're just going to look past that, right? Multiple prints, 5+ prints on the gun, but there's only 2 people that touch that towel.
But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
No, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based
statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I-
presented.
This comes from the fact that she thinks that Andrew Wilson is a TPUSA fucking plant. Because how could you challenge her if you're not fucking working with TPUSA, right? Like Patrick Bet David. They went through multiple fucking people who said they would moderate this shit. The only one she agreed to it, was Patrick Bet David. Interesting.
Find it convincing.
Evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under
So because I say in a preliminary hearing that's meant to see if there's actually something here. If I say, hey, this person said that person said something, it's allowed. But because that's allowed, it means that Tyler Robinson was a fucking patsy because everything's hearsay because that it's allowed. How fucking retarded do you think I am? I know it works for your goddamn audience of retards. But where do you place me on that scale? Because there ain't no way I'm buying that dumb shit.
the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
This
is crazy that you don't know
this. We can call for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day. Utah Rule
They
1102.
want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it.
What are we looking at, just so we know? I mean, you can't sit there and say, like, this is a court filing right here. This is the evidence of it. I mean, exactly what document? This is page 2 of page 1. You want to go back up? We can look at that. But just not knowing this does not invalidate anything in the goddamn court filing document, whore. I mean, are you this fucking dumb? Are you floundering this fucking hard? Like the dude I debated the other day. The little Destiny motherfucker. Oh, you didn't bring the primary document. You just brought a clip from the primary document that specifically addresses what you're talking about. You didn't read the entire document. It's the same goddamned fucking argument. It's the same thing. You know full fucking well what this is. This is a goddamn document that was actually put into court fucking record, bitch. Everybody can look at this. There's just this little specific part of it. ID at -34. Okay. The C2 vertebrae, the states X11 ST3. The states fucking evidence that they're. Oh, you think I typed this up myself, you stupid cunt? Oh, well, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? We're looking at a goddamn court filing, whore. The state preliminary brief, PDF. It's right there in the top fucking corner of the screen. Are we this fucking stupid? I got it cut off on this side, yes. Because that's usually where the bar is, the address bar and everything up at the top. That's got like, yeah, I keep all that shit hidden from you. But right there in the corner there above my head, it does say state preliminary brief.pdf. So this is the preliminary brief from the state's evidence against his ass. What are we looking at, just so we know? I don't fucking know. I'm too goddamn retarded to be called human.
Sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common carotid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you?
So the evidence that shows that he was hit with a projectile at high fucking speed, very fucking high speed, is not evidence that you're a fucking retard for thinking the microphone exploded. Never mind the fact that there was no smoke around anything. Never mind any of that. Like, there was no evidence of an explosion, but something projected from the fucking microphone and just struck him in the neck. I mean, that was one of your claims, too. I don't know why we're bringing this up as a fact check when it proves I'm a complete fucking ass. I just made up some shit off the top of my fucking head because, hey, it makes me money, right? Because anti-Erica Kirk content on YouTube is more fucking profitable for viewership than finance. Yes, anti-Erica Kirk content on YouTube makes more CPM than finance, and finance sits at roughly around $20 fucking dollars. So anything anti-Erica Kirk, you were getting more money per 1,000 fucking views for anti-Erica Kirk content than you were for financial content. I don't know why you're fucking fact-checking me and saying that the dude wasn't fucking shot because everything in the autopsy says he fucking was. It could have been a fucking microphone exploding for all we know. Your internet is finally stable now? Hell yeah. But if it's a fiber backbone, I don't know how long that's going to stay stable. Depending on the damage between them. Like I said, Scottsboro got hit and they got 7 fucking breaks in one fiber backbone. My company's still dealing with that shit.
bring up 1102 Utah rule, because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But,
to
no, but
Patsy.
your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your
he was
inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I
There
can.
was
No, I
brain
didn't.
death
I'm just
before
saying
heart
from
death.
your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to shoot her. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just shoot
Robinson.
her from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial.
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no.
It has to be a preponderance of evidence, which is 51%. Could I say with certainty 51% that, yeah, he's guilty? With the evidence that was presented in the preliminary hearing, everything that we've gone through, just because hearsay is allowed? With the evidence that's presented, even if hearsay is allowed, could I, as a reasonable fucking person, say that Tyler Robinson was the shooter? Yes. Again, even with your reference with the degraded fingerprints and all that shit, the DNA that they found on the towel implicates fucking Tyler Robinson as holding the towel the most as he wrapped it around the fucking gun. Why were his fingerprints the least degraded? He was wearing a long sleeve shirt. Everybody knows you don't touch that shit. So you pull those sleeves over before you touch the fucking rifle. It's not hard, bitch. You're trying to make this into something it's fucking not for money. You are trying to ruin everything that makes TPUSA what it is because you're a scorned bitch.
That's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire
Please don't cut me off.
brand
I'm
of
a black
saying
woman.
You don't have evidence.
can't talk
don't
down
have
to me.
evidence. Falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then. They would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance.
preponderance of
Lance
But
evidence.
you're
doesn't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me.
So you're saying the preliminary hearing must be the hearing itself. It must be the trial. Is that what you were trying to say? The preliminary hearing must be the trial so that we can go ahead and throw everything out there the same we did in the preliminary hearing. We can do it again in front of an actual fucking court. That way you know everything that's going to be said, everything that's going to be brought up before we go to trial? Again, how stupid do you think I am? I'm not your target audience, Owens. I understand that. I can see through the bullshit because I'm not fucking retarded.
When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
Everything
making
she's
you're
saying
making
is
stuff up.
hearsay.
So
Yeah.
here's
I'm
what
not
the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
But I
I'm
have
saying
Rule 1102
that
ready
I'm
if you
thank
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up. Let's
Pull
pull
out
that up. I'm
1102.
doing
From the
exactly what the
inference.
state did.
Okay.
I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying
You're doing exactly what the state did. So you are saying hearsay because it is whatever the fuck you wanted to make it to be, leaving out shit to form your own conclusion. You were doing exactly what the state did. So because the state allowed hearsay to say, hey, this person said that this person said this. And now here you are saying, hey, everybody that was wearing a maroon shirt is implicated in the death of Charlie Kirk because they were wearing a maroon shirt. And that's why I say it's the first fucking thread that should be pulled. This is what started it all. This was what broke that shit. The implication of every single person and how she had her audience scour the internet, weaponizing fucking autism to find motherfuckers, whoever they fucking were, to bring out whoever they fucking were. Anybody wearing maroon, I want to know everything about them, where they live, who they fuck at night. I want to know about them. Help me out. It seems like some social autopsy shit again, does it not? Like hunting motherfuckers down, not for saying bad words, but for wearing a maroon fucking shirt. Why is this the first thread not fucking pulled on with this bitch? It bothers me that everybody just glances over that. Motherfucker, just because you wore a maroon shirt that day, you were guilty of killing Charlie Kirk.
But you're not showing me how you.
And that's all because Tyler Robinson showed up at the fucking campus wearing a maroon shirt and talked to a TPUSA rep. Made contact, didn't talk to him. Well, I mean, talking, made contact, same thing. Made contact, which is, hey, where's the stage going to be? Oh, it's going to be over there. I made contact. Oh, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Because Tyler Robinson asked a fucking question while wearing a maroon shirt. Every motherfucker wearing a maroon shirt is guilty. Why is this not a thread pulled on? I don't understand why everybody lets that shit go.
Get there.
Can you
from
describe
the
to the audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying,
Costco
even if he
selling
doesn't.
maroon shirts.
What
That's not a
Andrew is
coincidence.
arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like.
Just making it up.
Put up frames and
Really
rhythm.
making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just.
Yes, they can allow that into the hearing because anything and everything that would be part of this should be a thing. But then again, you also have somebody else saying, no, Patrick didn't say that shit. It kind of nullifies that hearsay, right? Or at least it gives any kind of reasonable doubt as to if that motherfucker was actually lying or the hearsay behind that could actually not be credible. I mean, how fucking, well, God damn it, it is a jury of your peers, right? If it's a jury of my peers, I'm going to have a whole bunch of intelligent motherfuckers. The 12 fucking finding me guilty or innocent are going to be intelligent as shit. Not you. But the jury of my peers is the citizens around me. And they're not too fucking bright.
Because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of
I'm
evidence.
gonna be here all night,
and then you are
yeah.
allowed to infer.
I told you
off
this
of
is
that
gonna be a
evidence,
long one.
Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration
disputing.
of, to give you, that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring
Reliable
is that
hearsay
it's
is the
plausible
minimum
that Tyler
requirement
Robinson
for the
was set up.
hearing.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's the point in
There
contention.
were hard
That's not a
evident
point of
facts
contention.
presented.
That's
That's
that.
You are correct. You are correct. I'm just going off of what she thinks it is, what she's saying. Okay. You are correct. Reliable hearsay. So there actually has to be proof that, hey, this motherfucker said something to me that kind of is relevant to this. So let me tell you about it. Oh, that's actually brought up by evidence that we didn't release to the public yet. So I guess that would be fair then, correct? I mean, we're supposed to find a preponderance of evidence, which is 51% guilty. We need to move this to trial. Goddamn. I mean, I would literally say, let's put this on trial when the DNA that was found on the towel was Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson. But the DNA that was found on the gun was 5+ fucking people. Fingerprints, whatever, doesn't matter. Every bit of evidence, the ability to implicate, the ability to say you did this, you touched this, that alone would say we need to go to fucking trial. Because yes, multiple people have touched the gun, but there was only 2 that touched the towel.
The point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is
Great, but
describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
I also got a lot
again,
of
we're
intelligent
gonna take
people
this,
around me.
and I'm just going to even grant it.
But that
because
wouldn't
it's
be my
irrelevant.
jury.
I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than
But
Tyler
not the
Robinson
towel.
did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how
KB, I've only been called up for jury duty just twice in my life. No, yeah, twice in my life. And both times I was rejected. Even though I had no idea what it was, hey, what about this? Are you okay with this? Are you okay with that? How do you feel about this kind of situation? I was rejected both times. I'm actually wanting to. I know it's going to be bullshit. I know I ain't going to be paid, but I think it would be fun as fuck to sit there and listen to the retardation that goes on in these cases. I used to. Never mind. Let's go.
works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so
if
we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence,
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations then, Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense, your whole.
I'm going to have to do it again because Frames and Rhythm isn't here. Frames and Rhythm says she was mad out of nowhere after he was shot. It was weird. You know why? She's been a psychotic bitch her entire goddamn life. Look into the history of this bitch. She has done this her entire life. Why was she so mad? Because in her psychotic brain, she had this fantasy that she was going to marry Charlie Kirk. Let's merge my theory and Davy's together. Okay? Because I feel like Davy's got a goddamn good point here. she got close to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk realized, bitch, you are insane. But I'm going to keep you at a distance because you're good at manipulating stupid people. Charlie meets Erica. If they get married, she squeezed the fuck out. Now it's cool because, you know, most marriages end in divorce, right? So the chances of Charlie and Erica getting a divorce are pretty fucking high. Which means when that happens, I can swoop in and just be like, oh, I'm so sorry. If there's anything you need, I've always cared about you. I've always been and getting close, the rebound kind of situation. She marries Charlie Kirk. Now she has control of TPUSA through a marriage of Charlie Kirk. Once Charlie died, that dream died. And that's why she went after Erica.
No, my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay. So you're using hearsay to form your opinion while you're screaming about the preponderance of evidence to say, yeah, we need to take this to trial. You are using the same thing. Oh, so you're just making up shit then, right? Because if they allow hearsay in a preliminary hearing to see if we need to go to trial for this shit, then hearsay is good enough, so I can just make up some shit, and because my sources that I'll never reveal told me these things. I'm a journalist. I can't reveal my sources. Are you fucking dumb? Nobody would trust me if I would tell you who actually told me what. Meanwhile, ain't nobody told her shit except her crazy ass goddamn psychotic fucking brain that she has done her entire damn life. That those sources are the voices in her fucking head.
To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was
we'll go over
something
there
that
after
looked
we're
like
done.
his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
Because Tyler Robinson isn't a woman and doesn't have 90,000 pair of fucking shoes. Hold on. This is somebody with the same build, the same gait, the same walk, the same everything. Okay, so how would that be the same person? They changed everything but the shoes? How many times has that been fucking used? I mean, don't we have actual shoe prints that implicate motherfuckers that have been on crime scenes? The things in the mud, footprints in the mud from shoes, footprints and blood stains and things like that. Footprints don't we take fucking footprints? Oh, yeah. The same wear and tear on the tread. The same shoe. The tread matches perfectly. The impression that somebody of your weight would create to kind of smash that. Don't we do that? So because he was wearing the same shoes is somehow fucking pathetic. I gotta pee. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Let me rewind it a little bit for you guys to hear that again. Because he was wearing the same shoes, so it's the same person. Yeah, we don't check that, right? That's not a thing. That's not something that we have used to pinpoint that a person was there at the crime scene. It's not something we've done multiple fucking times, right? What up? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why. Let's go back to it. Where was this?
The most absurd testimony I've
Here we
ever
go.
heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull.
Be right back.
They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing to
don't-
say.
I'm not
I know
sure-
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in
Just concede the point. Just concede the point because somebody was wearing the same pair of shoes because they don't have multiple pairs of shoes, right? Like any woman, I mean, come on. She's got 90,000 pairs of shoes in her goddamn closet right now. You think that she wouldn't think to change her shoes? I'm sorry. I got a pair of work boots and I got a pair of home shoes. That's it. Would I think to change my shoes? What am I going to change my shoes in? For my work boots that can be implicated or my house shoes that could be implicated? I don't have 90,000 pairs of shoes that you're going to have to go through just to make me, just to pinpoint me the fuck down. This is dumb. But because retards that don't know this, they don't think about this, retards will latch onto that. You're trying to say that's the same person because they were wearing the same shoes? Huh. The same shoes with the same tread and the same fucking wear pattern. The same shoes with the same imprint, the same everything. They were wearing that. It can't be the same person, right? Granted, somebody else could have thrown on that pair of shoes, but I mean, it would be noticeable because shoe size would be different. Maybe in that case, maybe the limp was because the shoes were too tight. Or they were hiding a gun. Either way, I mean, where are we going with this? Oh, you're doing the same thing that the state did. You're just hearsay. It is whatever you say it is. It is whatever you want it to be because hearsay is allowed. And I'm supposed to believe this bitch, right? This is the dumbest fucking argument. This is why Candace doesn't do a lot of debates. In a controlled situation, is something like TPUSA, is something like Daily Wire. Yeah, she excels. Why? Because there are things you can say and you can't say. There are things you need to stick to. And here it is. But when you are in a free-form situation like this, your retardation comes out. Why? You are intelligent enough to do this, to think these things, to come up with this bullshit fucking theories, but you're not intelligent enough to argue with yourself to make sure it sounds fucking perfect. Sorry, bitch, you're not as smart as you think you are. You are smarter than most, but you're not as smart as you think you are. And it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. My wife is fighting with ice in a cup. It's fucking ridiculous as hell that you would put me in the same goddamn category as the retards that listen to you. Oh, maroon shirts. Everybody wearing maroon shirt is guilty. Let's find out who the fuck they are. Let's dox these motherfuckers. Let's sit there and ruin their fucking lives because Candace Owens said maroon shirt motherfuckers are guilty. It's a thread that needs to be pulled on and nobody's pulling. It bothers me.
Context, that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference,
Wait until they
we're going to take the
display
entire
that the
collaboration
dust
of
in the
evidence,
barrel
and we're
matched
gonna
the
make
lint from his
inferences
clothes.
from that. You would do that with any type of logical
Yeah.
proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your
We can keep going with the actual facts of the case, but let's bring up something that he said. Why he's convinced Tyler Robinson did it. Why he's convinced. Because I want to bring that up. If I can debunk anything and everything about your claim where you are 100% 10 toes fucking deep in this shit, if I can do anything to break that, everything that you have ever fucking said to the retards that listen to me, moot fucking point. Null and void. How many times? I've brought two random motherfuckers on that tried the same goddamn bullshit. If I can debunk anything, so therefore everything that you've said is bullshit. She has been this her entire goddamned life. And I'm just glad everybody's catching on now, though it took Charlie Kirk's death. As she's taken the Hassan Piker route. Except, she did this for money and Hassan Piker did it for attention.
team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
I'm
delete
wearing
the
my
tweets?
same
cool.
sneakers for
I
5
just looked
years.
for,
My
he
backup
said
pair is
the-
identical
It was
to them.
his car.
My boots
it
are dry
was
rotted
his,
compared to these sneakers.
It was the car, and
Right.
it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it
Tyler
right
and
here. All I
Crooks-
heard from the investigator was,
Robinson
we believe
and
this to be
Crooks
Tyler
were
Robinson.
groomed.
Is belief
Yes.
something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image.
I'm going to pause this for a second. BK Bean says, I would 100% believe Tyler was groomed online, but he did what he did. I believe Crooks was groomed. The only difference is who groomed who. Because the trans people that have been going up, shooting up people, because apparently it's a genocide because you don't want me to exist when all we said is leave the fucking kids alone. I mean, that's literally everything that everybody said is leave the fucking kids out of this shit. And because you don't want them to trans the kids, it's a trans fucking genocide, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he was groomed online. I mean, he was butt fucking a dude that tried to pretend to be a woman, and he thought, yeah, I'm fucking a woman. I'm fucking a woman in the ass. A woman who's got a dick and fucking balls hanging between their fucking legs. I'm fucking a woman in the ass. Not a dude. Why? Because the dude has long hair? The dude says he's a woman, so it's okay, right? It's not gay because the dude said he's a woman. Charlie Kirk was killed by the crazy ass fucking left. The motherfuckers out there that are shooting up schools because of this trans genocide bullshit and all that shit. The same motherfuckers that groomed Robinson. Crooks, I actually do believe the government was behind it. I mean, why was the motherfucker training, going to gun ranges and shit with FBI agents? Ah, that's kind of hard to dispute, right? But anyway,
Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The
skewed
fact
thinking,
that he's
way
seen
beyond
4 other
skewed.
times on camera. The fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
That's not what I said.
it is. You could even.
yeah, that is exactly what the fuck you said, you stupid bitch. You said this right here was what he thought was overwhelming fucking evidence. And these were just the main points he was bringing up. Because not everybody gets to write a goddamn novel in one fucking tweet. I mean, you do. Because you're a big name. You do because Twitter allows it. Like journalists can write more than these a certain set amount of characters. Not everybody gets to, though. I mean, the fact that he was putting dots in there, I'd do it too. The car pulling in, ... Robinson getting out of it, ... The fact that he is seen in 4 of the times on camera. End of sentence. One fucking point. The DNA on the roof and the screwdriver he left behind. ... It's overwhelming, man. It's just bits of pieces of information right there. Just little cute, just little tips to say, hey, this is the thing, this is the thing. Hey, you wanna fact check me? Go ahead and look into this shit. I only have a certain amount of characters. I can't goddamn write a novel, bitch. And because of that, you want to do the little smirk face like, this is overwhelming evidence? You are fucking pathetic as fuck. I can't call you retarded. I really fucking can't. You can manipulate the fuck out of dumber people. You were above retardation level. But you are retarded in your way of thinking. Why? Because it's all about the money. Shit. I mean, don't you have to pay some fucking... some defamation suits? I mean, don't you have to pay lawyer fees? Don't you have to fight this shit out in court? It's millions upon millions of fucking dollars that you goddamn gotta earn just to make sure that your ass can still exist. Goddamn, son.
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting.
She didn't say those in that exact fucking wording. He paraphrased. It's just like douchebag that I fucking debated the Destiny clone. I paraphrased his argument. That's not exactly what I said. Those words never came out of my mouth exactly that way. You're fucking dumb. So instead of me repeating every single fucking word that came out of your goddamn mouth, a paraphrase that's wrapping up your point in a very quick and concise way doesn't fucking count, right? Because the exact words that came out of my mouth were not the exact words that came out of your mouth. It's a retarded goddamn statement, and every single one of those, every single fucking person that makes that goddamn argument, you instantly lose a level of fucking respect, and you deserve fucking insults and criticism for being that fucking dumb. Because me paraphrasing your own words back to you is a recollection, a actual glimpse into how I perceived what you said. And during a debate where it's mind against mind, I have to, all this word salad bullshit you're doing, I have to condense it fucking down to reach out point to point. From the 90 million words that you fucking said right now, down to 500,000 that actually make a fuck.
To any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect.
What up,
here,
Rhoda?
It's really funny. That's not an exhaustive
Our followers
list,
are
how
like
I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And
Yes.
on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the.
That's what she was going to say. That's what she was going to say. Are you okay? Like, you're not stroking out of me. Rhoda, welcome to the Off-Labelers. Appreciate you, lady. We got some shit coming up this weekend for the for members only. I do need to start doing more members only shit. Yeah, give you some more. Maybe we might actually take another day and do members only. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Trolling around things in my mind, but there's only so much I can do. I do have a 9 to 5, but she was going to say, "Are you okay?" And she stopped because the bitch knew how that would fucking sound. I want y'all to hear it back.
Moving over any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I just
this.
said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to
Zero
address
gaslighting.
what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
AOC's
I'm just addressing
boyfriend
what you
dumped her
asserted
ass.
on
What
your
up,
Twitter
Jonathan?
was like the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about
What
that?
up, the yellow?
That's
Is that the
evidence.
only
How
tweet
you
you're going to
doing,
ask me
brother?
about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How
No.
are you able to infer off?
No. Nobody ever made that during this whole thing. It's not a fucking thing. He never did that. The only thing he did was say, how the fuck did you get from the whole goddamn point A to point Z with nothing else fucking links? Oh, his fingerprints were the most degraded, so he couldn't have been the shooter, right? He's a patsy. How the fuck did you get there from that? Especially seeing as how the towel that was wrapped around the fucking gun has Twigs and Robinson's DNA. Nobody else's. Which means Twigs and Robinson were the only one to actually touch this fucking towel. But Robinson's were the most degraded. But they got his ass on the fucking towel that wrapped around the gun.
Of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not
Was there
just that
gunshot
Tyler
residue
Robinson is
on the
seen in
rooftop?
staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson
I
in the
don't know
staircase?
about
That's
that.
what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I
don't
mean, we'll
know.
just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twig
To answer your question, no gunshot residue was evidence was introduced linking Tyler Robinson to the roof on the Charlie Kirk assassination case because police never swabbed Robinson for GSR residue when he surrendered. This is why the fuck you need to bully AI. We gonna do this in real fucking time. No gunshot residue evidence was introduced linking Tyler Robinson to the roof in the Charlie Kirk assassination case because police never swabbed Robinson for gunshot residue when he surrendered. You fucking retard. It doesn't matter if Robinson was swabbed. Was the roof swabbed? Now it's going to pick up that I'm frustrated. No gunshot residue testing was conducted on the roof in the Tyler Robinson case. Despite investigators recovering a screwdriver, collecting DNA from smudges and documents, so no, gunshot residue wasn't actually checked. This is what I'm talking about. This is what when I say these things to AI, when I treat it like the fucking retards I talk to on a goddamn daily basis, it tells me what I fucking want to know. Tyler Robinson being swabbed when he surrendered has nothing to do with a gun swab on the goddamn roof. But the stupid ass people would see this right here, this first instance, and be like, no, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. They didn't swab him. Okay, cool. Did they swab the roof? Oh, you fucking retard. It doesn't matter if Robinson was swabbed. Was the roof swabbed? No. I'm sorry, isn't that what I fucking asked you from the very goddamn beginning? Was gunshot residue on the roof introduced in Tyler Robinson's case? No. Gunshot residue on the roof wasn't introduced in Tyler Robinson's case because they did not swab his fucking body when he surrendered. That's that shit with AI. And retards won't get it. But the intelligent will. The retards that are Candace Owens fucking the cultist will not understand. But the retards that are Andrew Wilson's fucking chat, it definitely would. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Andrew. You do have some intelligent motherfuckers, but a lot of your people are retarded too. A lot of your viewers, a lot of the people that follow you are stupid as fuck. But then again, I can't blame you for that because everybody's stupid as fuck. I got to pee.
Higgs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
on the staircase?
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
Suppose is talking about the drone that was released.
Again, pointing out the absurdity.
Mm-hmm.
He wears Converses. He wears sneakers.
Mm-hmm.
If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would
you wash
not
the
be
gunshot
permitted. This was
residue
a
off.
huge part of the preliminary hearing.
Yeah,
that they
that's
were
a problem,
leading. All the
isn't it
questions
not?
that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity,
I understand.
which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance
Always
has a
been
lot more
KB.
involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to
So because that law exists, everything should be in question no matter what during every political or preliminary hearing, right? Because I can come in there and say, hey, look, this person said that this person said this, and I kind of believe them. That's allowed in a preponderance of evidence, 51% to say this dude is guilty and we need to go to trial just to make sure. In that kind of situation, I think that should be allowed. As long as it's credible enough to actually say, yeah, there is something. Like some random motherfucker shouldn't be able to come up and say, this dude said this to me, even though there's been no contact whatsoever. You can't pinpoint it either. That shouldn't be allowed. But for me to say my friend told me that this person said this, when it's relevant to the case and actually does kind of bring a little bit of substance to it, why shouldn't it be allowed in a preponderance of evidence case? 51%, is he guilty or not? That's what preponderance of evidence is. I don't understand. I mean, you got fucking your fucking lawyers work in the same goddamn building as the FBI. I don't understand how you think this ain't a thing, other than the fact that you think we're too goddamn retarded to know this.
just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure.
Yes, they did,
But
Rhoda.
definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not.
I think
He
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about Skylar. I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
Didn't we watch Eagle Eye, those Spuds? I mean, you do have a point. A very military industrial complex like. Remember, what the CIA shows in the movies means eventually is real. See Eagle Eye as a reference. Dude, Eagle Eye was a fucking warning. It's already fucking happening. Case in point, flock goddamn cameras, motherfucker. AI is looking at license plates. If it can't read something, clipping it the fuck out and just placing this person is this here. They were here at this point in time. It's undeniable because I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know how to fucking infer shit like a person would. This 6 looks like a G, so therefore the license plate is whatever G, whatever. You're going to jail for something you didn't fucking do. Apparently to an AI flock camera. Eagle Eye is fucking real.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the time.
I'm just saying to you, like,
okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they're
missing the point he highlighted. An opposing party's statement. The statement is offered against an opposing party and was made by the party in an individual or representative capacity. Is the only party manifested that it adopted or believed to be true. Was made by a person whom the party authorized to make the statement on the subject. Was made by the party's agent or employee on a matter with the scope of the relationship that while it existed, or was made by the party's conspirator during the furtherance of the conspiracy. So in other words, hearsay is allowed when you are directly related to the goddamn case and know something about it. So, me saying, hey, Spuds told me that K Bean said this. And it's actually brought up by things that have actually happened. Yeah, that hearsay is allowed. Because if Spuds told me that K Bean said she was going to kill somebody, Spuds had direct relationship to that, but he told me Spuds hasn't been the one that come out to say it, but I did. Therefore, it is allowed. Why? Preponderance of evidence, 51% guilty. If there is actual credible evidence to the hearsay that actually backs up the fucking claim, it is allowed to say, yeah, we need to bring this to trial. I don't find that bad. Take it easy, CO Museum. Have a good night. The fact that she has had to be paid in order to show up is pretty sus to me in the first place. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said, because if you believe this shit 100%, without a shadow of a goddamn doubt, would you or would you not go anywhere and everywhere that challenged you for free to prove it to them? But no, you needed money to do so. Because you gotta pay them lawyers, right, bitch? And Daily Wire ain't paying you that check any fucking more. You gotta make it on your own. You started this shit. You fucking made that bed. A bitch lie in it.
Discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No,
Yes,
I'm not
she
backtracking
is.
at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking?
Well,
It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102,
Mm-hmm.
1102.
51% is a civil court, not criminal court threshold. A preponderance of evidence. Is this enough to say this needs to be looked at? That's another civil. Well, that applies to civil and criminal. A grand jury when it comes to criminal shit. Preliminary hearing, grand juries, same shit, right? Is there enough to say we need to look into this further? The same shit.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing.
hearsay.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the
Did we create our own
overwhelming
goddamn
majority of what you saw
conspiracy
was
theory?
hearsay because other people were representing
Kate
other
Bean
people's
kills
statements. They were
somebody
saying
and-
they had
and Spuds
conversations.
told me
We
about
don't
it.
know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't.
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about,
What
like
up,
when
cool
you're
frog?
when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay, his boyfriend is not 100%. It was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
Yes, the
overwhelming just
screwdriver
means
You
was
can't
found
consider
on the
another
roof
option that
frames.
there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like, that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct,
Yeah.
right? What
Right. What gives you this? You only got a few characters, right? The spaces were taken out. Look, the dots. Yeah, I'd use them too. A lot. Because it is that pause. It's that pause when I'm sitting here saying things like, hey, look. The fingerprints that were on the gun being degraded, it doesn't matter. Because the towel has his DNA. And only him and Twigs. Didn't have Matt. Didn't have Amber. It didn't have anybody else, just him and Twigs. The towel was wrapped around the gun. Every bit of that would be separated with at least 2, maybe 3 dots. So let's keep the character count involved. No spaces between that the dots and the actual next word, meaning there was that character count involved. But because he didn't list every goddamn fucking thing ever in existence to that point, these are just the things that convinces him. He didn't list everything, motherfucker. He didn't go through the entire goddamn case. He didn't present anything else other than that from the preliminary hearing that he did live fucking stream as he was there with a fucking lawyer. I watched it. But because he didn't give off every single fucking detail in a single goddamn tweet, therefore he's an idiot. It's just like saying because I took a snippet of a fucking actual document and didn't present the whole document, therefore I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, because the little screenshot that was specifically referencing exactly what I'm talking about from the primary document is somehow not allowed because it wasn't from the primary document, and I didn't read word for word the primary fucking document. Go suck a dick.
What did you find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet, and
You stupid fucking bitch. You stupid fucking bitch. You do not need just 240 characters any goddamn way to make a fucking point. To make a fucking point of, hey, this, not the entire thing, but this is the reason why. It's just something you stupid motherfuckers need to track the fuck down because you don't know what you're talking about. It's simply because you listen to a black woman who her entire goddamn life has grifted through everything she has ever fucking done. Because a black woman who has grifted through everything she's done says something, so therefore it's fucking true. And because you didn't list every exhaustive fucking thing that could have proved it, right down to the very last minute detail, you're a fucking idiot. She has always been this person. This is who she has always been, and I don't understand. Other than the fact that you liked exactly what she was saying because she was a black woman speaking exactly what you wanted to hear during that time frame, yeah, she blew up because of that. She was a black woman speaking conservative views. And everybody's like, hell yeah, she's great. Wait. Audio suggestions? You're saying my stream is healthy, but my audio is cutting out. Why? Because I take a pause? Fuck you, YouTube. Anyway.
all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted
though all of this information I've
Boom.
said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming?
I feel. There's no real fucking fact to it. It's just, I feel this fucking way. Because somebody asked you a question and you didn't give an exhaustive goddamn list right down to the very last minute detail of why you think something. You're a fucking retard and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Meanwhile, when you actually have the chance, other than text, to expand on that, it's not really that big of an issue, is it there, Candace? I want to call you a retard so goddamn bad, but I know you're not. I gotta piss.
And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead,
yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle of it.
let's
So
end
what
it
would
on
you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000.
She is a retard, in fact. She's a fucking idiot. No. Scott. She's a fucking idiot when it comes to somebody that knows. She's not a fucking idiot when it comes to manipulating people that don't. Think of what she has done. Ever since departing from Daily Wire, when Ben Shapiro said, fuck you, get out, because you're talking about the Jews in a way I don't like, her channel exploded. She's getting, right now, more money than Daily Wire ever gave her. Because she manipulated the fuck out of the retarded sons of bitches. Because maroon shirts are a thing, right? Anybody that's in a maroon shirt that was on that day, I need you to reach out to me. Tell me about them. Give me everything. She manipulated the fuck out of the stupid. That's a higher form of intelligence. I can't call her a retard because she went above and beyond. It's diabolical, but it is I'm not going to call it genius fucking level, but it is weaponized intelligence to manipulate the fuck out of the goddamn retarded. Think of it this way. Look at it. The exact opposite of her. Nick Fuentes. Nick does the same thing. Oh, you come across Nick Fuentes fans? Midwit. That's the only thing they fucking scream when they got nothing else because Nick Fuentes didn't tell them what to say or how to prepare for an argument that you originally came up with yourself. So because they can't defend from it, they're a goddamned midwit. So if you can't defend anything that she's saying or you actually do start to break down exactly what she's saying to the Candace Owens lowest common denominator, which, gotta be honest, Nick Fuentes' fucking followers are smarter than Candace Owens' followers. Is she reached the fucking lowest common denominator of people who were just like, you don't trust the government, right? But Charlie Kirk died, right? Maroon shirts, bitches. Everybody, the military, fucking Israel wanted his ass dead. She's not a genius fucking level. But that median fucking IQ for black people being 85, dude, she's beyond that 85 point. I would put her on the same level as us. So she is the smartest retard that can manipulate. I mean, isn't that what everything is, though? I mean, seriously. Think about how people get elected. The retards who hear something that they like will vote for somebody just because they said it. Never mind the fact that they'll get into office. Hey, everybody likes their personal rep, but they don't like Congress, right? But they don't follow their personal rep who's saying shit and advocating for shit that they don't like. But they like their fucking representative. Why? Because they voted for him. So because I voted for you, you must be doing good, right? I'm not going to follow you. Goddamn. Hearings are such fucking bullshit, aren't they? There's nothing that happens. All this information that comes out, nothing's ever done about it. But I like my representative because he likes to talk shit. that they all say that, but Nick is a closeted faggot. Oh no, he 100% is faggot.
Years, Christians have lived continuously in a
And I
small
mean,
village
faggot
just outside of Jerusalem.
I mean, faggot isn't gay way. Dude, check this out though. I love this part. Now this is a fuck up. I'm not gonna lie. This is a major ass fuck up. But
Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly
It
2,000
goes
years,
into
Christians
her
have
ass.
lived
Set out to
continuously
create
in
a
a small
shoe that
village
blends
just outside of
comfort,
Jerusalem called
function and luxury.
they started with her ad, then faded her ad out to bring their ad in.
We had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscan Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know this motherfucker made shoes till this. Like I never really. Well, I will listen to Patrick Bet David, but he's not one of those main voices that I pay attention to. I didn't know this motherfucker was making shoes.
finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection.
All right, so we're gonna go through this. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright.
You motherfucker. I'm going to pause right here for a second. Everybody pay attention. Everybody that's listening right now, look at your fucking phone. The future looks bright. What is that goddamn logo right there? Does anybody know? That symbol? The Brave browser symbol? This motherfucker put the Brave browser symbol at the bottom of his fucking shoes. I'm pretty sure Brave, the company that owns the Brave browser. Yeah. Yeah, they got involved in that. Holy fucking shit, ladies and gentlemen. That is that lion face right there. That symbol for the Brave browser is the same symbol on this fucking shoe. I just now realized that.
Bright collection. Not rush, intentional.
All right, let's go through the bullshit.
You know how
here.
quickly it goes? Like this.
Let's go back to the bullshit here.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations
has a
like
blood
this.
feud
The
with
mainstream
Kid.
media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like
what I
freedom of
use,
speech.
buds.
Having
That's
said
why
that,
I know it exists.
let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you, though, Ken. Scott and I had a rough little fucking start, too. Scott and I had a rough start as well because I'd question something and he'd just be like, nah, we ain't doing this. And then he realized that I wasn't trying to be a dick to him or anything like that. And he's like, okay, I get your point. Maybe, yeah, but I just still don't see it that way. That's why I love Scott. That's why I love Scott. I pressed him and he wasn't that fucking dickhead from the very beginning. And he was just like, no, hold on. Okay, I get what you're saying. Maybe you got a point. Scott was willing to listen. You two have a blood feud going on because neither one of you are willing to listen. It's great. I love it. This is awesome.
Now we're focusing on one of these pillars of my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about
What up,
the
Penguin?
messages
How you
themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good
microphone
explanation for
exploded,
why it is
Penguin.
that these messages should even be questioned. The
The
defense hasn't
microphone
questioned them, as
exploded.
far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address
No,
what
they
is
don't.
being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation
They
for these
don't
text
present
messages.
every bit
The
of
relevant
evidence in a
portion of
preliminary
what the
hearing.
defense did do was actually
It's just enough to
before
say,
we got to the
"Let's
preliminary
take it to
hearing.
court."
I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting
A preliminary hearing, I got to put this up. A preliminary hearing is literally the defense and the prosecution providing the overall arch of the argument. That's what it is. It's to say, hey, look, we have all this evidence to say that this motherfucker is guilty. And the defense says, no, because that evidence is actually bullshit. It's not the entire fucking argument. It's the opening fucking salvo of an argument. And then you get into the details. Then you get into how all of this happened. Then you get into the defense of trying to prove that to be bullshit. And that's what a court is for. A preliminary hearing is to say, should we listen to this? Just like a grand fucking jury. Grand jury is a different court case. It's a higher fucking case. I get you. But it's the same concept.
an extension, and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like, he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that, because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fascist.
that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just put it.
All right, you fucking stupid cunt. I will call you stupid on this. Tyler Robinson is Gen Z. Helldivers was a big goddamn game to Gen Z. So to bring the 500 kilogram bomb, the fucking code that you must do into goddamn Helldivers to bring that 500 kilogram bomb on the fucking battlefield, which is a shot to the motherfucker to end him. Oh, you don't understand the gaming culture. So you don't have the fucking authority to speak on this shit, right? Well, I do. I've played Helldivers. Me and Scott fucking still play Helldivers. The 500 kilogram bomb is my goddamn main go-to, bitch. And I am the fucking generation above Tyler Robinson. I know the fucking code like the back of my fucking hand. Oh. I know the code like the back of my fucking hand. You stupid bitch. So because you don't, somehow it's a fucking problem, right? Holy fucking shit. I'm 40 years old and I still understand what the fuck that meant. A goddamn bullet with an engraving of the fucking code that you need to bring down a 500 kilogram bomb, which is basically the nuke of the fucking game. Other than the portable nuke kind of shit, but you all get what I'm saying. That's a different thing altogether. But a portable nuke didn't exist at that time. It was literally just something you called in a mission or saw randomly and shot and everything exploded. That was the biggest thing that somebody could call in as far as a nuke in the game. So to see that written on a fucking bullet and you don't understand, and somehow that's fucking ridiculous. Oh, Bella Ciao. A catch fascist. I'm sorry. Hey, hey, fascist catch. Oh, Bella Ciao. All that other shit that was written into these fucking engraved into the side of the fucking bullet means absolutely nothing because I don't understand video game lingo. You are God fucking damn. God damn. This bitch is younger than me and she doesn't understand this shit. Why? Because she doesn't play video games? Okay, I get you. Cool. How the fuck can you call yourself a journalist and not know this fucking shit? Wouldn't that be something you trace down? If you don't understand what the fuck that means, isn't that something you should be looking the fuck up, right? You should be understanding exactly what the fuck is going on if you're a journalist talking about the shit. But because you don't understand gaming culture, somehow everything else is irrelevant.
But do you see how that's intuition?
That is. I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
What up, James?
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute.
Candace,
let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like with
what the
when
fuck
people
did
bring
you
up the
just
COVID
call
vaccine, not trusting the
hells
COVID
no.
vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition.
Candace owned what? Tam. Now we're doing this. Candace owned what? Backtracking everything? Trying to deflect? Trying to misappropriate everything to back up a whole goddamn theory that she concocted in her head because you're too goddamn retarded to think for yourself? I'm going to go that route. Again. Oh, the prints were degraded. His were the most degraded. But Lance and fucking Tyler were the only ones found on the goddamn towel that wrapped around the fucking gun. So, his prints were degraded. They were the most degraded, so that shouldn't be a thing. Bitch, doesn't that mean that Lance and fucking Tyler were the only ones that touched the fucking towel wrapped around the gun? So if 89% of the goddamn evidence that is found on the towel is Tyler Robinson, doesn't that mean that Tyler Robinson was the one on the roof and wrapped the fucking towel around the gun? You all are too goddamn stupid to be called human. Simply because you don't walk past that fucking point. You listen to everything that everybody says, but you don't think it the fuck through. That is forethought. That is abstract thinking. That is a sign of human goddamn intelligence, and you're fucking lacking it. Oh, everybody that was wearing a maroon shirt that day is implicated in the conspiracy to commit murder because she says that somebody in the military told her that. And why? When that theory came up, she saw the fucking evidence of Tyler Robinson fucking showing up to the goddamn at the university in a maroon shirt. And because he made contact with a TPUSA rep, which is basically going up to somebody and saying, hey, where's the event? Oh, it's over there. I made contact with that motherfucker, right? So because he was wearing a maroon shirt and he made contact with TPUSA, every single fucking person wearing a maroon shirt now killed Charlie Kirk. The retardation you have to believe to go through all that shit proves you're not human. I don't give a fuck how you feel. I really don't. I'm not going to play to a fucking comment. I'm not going to be comment fucking bound. I'm not going to be audience fucking captured. You're too goddamn stupid if you think that is a thing. The first fucking thread was the maroon shirt theory. She sent her audience of fucking retards just like you to scour the goddamn internet and bring up every bit of information because they were wearing maroon shirts. And somebody, those shall never release that information because journalists don't release their sources, somebody told her this is what the military does. The stupidity you have to track for everything she has ever claimed, including Charlie Kirk could turn off fucking streetlights with just his mind. Her and Charlie Kirk were actually part of a fucking conspiracy or a project from the fucking government where they could astral project. And somehow you still believe this goddamn retard shit. It's amazing to me. If there was enough to question like Candace did, there is enough to question. Question like Candace did to say everybody that was wearing a maroon shirt that day is guilty of a conspiracy to commit murder because they were wearing a maroon shirt. Are you fucking retarded? Yes. I gotta piss.
That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
they
this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away.
Oh, so it is enough to go to trial. It is enough to go to fucking trial, but you're sitting here claiming 0% fucking 0% a probability that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk, but it's enough to go to trial. A 0%. That's what you said, bitch. What is the likelihood that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk? You said 0%, but it's enough evidence to go to goddamn trial. I was hoping I was going to be back in time for that. Yes. A 0% chance that Tyler Robinson shot fucking Charlie Kirk, but it's enough evidence to put Tyler Robinson on trial. Bitch, you were dumb. You literally just walked back everything that you fucking said with that statement. The entire goddamn hour and a half beforehand, hour really, because they did start 30 minutes late. The entire hour beforehand is null and fucking void with what you just fucking said. Because your whole premise was there ain't no fucking way in hell, 0% chance that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. But there's enough evidence to go to trial.
And we're going to die from being
Well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside,
Okay.
just a general intuition that some might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client.
Okay, you stupid cunt. Is that not a fucking problem then? Is that or is that not a failure of the goddamn legal system? That the defense doesn't even have access to the defendant's fucking phone? Are you sitting there telling me that the prosecutors do, but the defense doesn't? Goddamn no. Nope. I'm not going to believe that fucking claim in any goddamn bit. That they don't have access to the phone. But everybody else does. Everybody else fucking does. Everybody that exists has access to the phone. Except for the defense. Now, that's not what she's saying, but yeah, she's saying that. Are you going to sit there and tell me that just like the 34 fucking felonies, it was railroaded? Because the defense claims they didn't have access to the phone. That they didn't physically hold it in their hands. Oh, because they physically didn't hold it. There was no access. Even though the prosecution and the defense got everything that was taken off the phone from the agency, I guess would be the best way to put that. The agency that actually looked into the shit and pried it the fuck apart, they gave you every bit of it. But because the defense didn't hold it in their fucking hands, they had no access, right? Everything that was taken off the phone was given to every single fucking body. But because they didn't hold it in their hands, they didn't have access to evidence. I mean, come on, seriously? If I were, let's say, a third-party independent company that was to go through and find anything and everything on the phone to just retrieve every bit of information I could, would I give you access to the fucking primary source of that? No. Could you hold it in your hand while you're searching through shit and just go ahead and start deleting things because you're looking through it and you're acting normal? It doesn't look like you're doing anything suspicious from the start. Yeah, that's not something we should cut out, right? I'm not saying that was a thing that actually fucking happened, but that's not something we should allow to happen, correct? So, having the primary source in your fucking hand should not be a goddamn thing, right? Because the evidence needs to be preserved. The least amount of hands that touch actual evidence is the best outcome in any goddamn situation. So for you not to put your fucking grubby hands on something and search through the phone your goddamn self preserves evidence. Holy fucking shit.
Saying we don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have.
Nope.
And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because
So now you're going off the theory, out of fucking nowhere, that Lance Twiggs was the one who was logged into his Apple account and sending messages through a fucking computer? It wasn't his phone that was doing it. It was a goddamn computer. And Lance Twiggs was the one behind it? The only way I could accept that goddamn argument is if you accept that Tyler Robinson was the one that pulled the trigger because the trans fucking army convinced him to do so. The only way I will accept that goddamn fact, you retarded son of a bitch, I can't call her retarded. It's a go-to thing when you try to make up some shit for me to call you fucking retarded. Because Occam's fucking razor, bitch. The least amount of assumptions used to make an assumption. Occam's fucking razor says 100 goddamn % that this was Tyler Robinson. But because you need to make some money, you look scared, I'm going to do this. I'm going to fucking do this. This is something a long time ago when this channel actually was created. Me and Freely Ashley were talking. We were doing this shit. I want to bring up something. Yeah, here it is. This screenshot right here was taken from a Daily Wire premium fucking only thing right after as she started attacking Steven Crowder because Daily Wire implicated themselves in that whole situation. And it was time. It was time to just go to members only for that situation. When they came back, they started talking. The cameras pointed to her. Why? I don't fucking know. Does that look like confidence, or does that look like you're fucking scared? Because I see fear. Eyes wide, looking like, I'm not totally fucking sure of this. That looks like fear. And that's the same fear here.
My husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Blanche was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then
I'm going to be honest. I feel unconvinced by them. I feel unconvinced by them because to give credit to Candace Owens, the dude made the shot. He became the patsy. He was covering up for the trans goddamn army that was coming, that wanted his ass dead. I mean, he was fucking a dude in the ass that thought he was a woman. And then all of a sudden, oh, he's transphobic. He's transphobic. He's transphobic. Watch this little debate at Utah University, everybody. It's going to be a fucking smash. And then everybody shut the fuck up afterwards, right? All that shit was fucking deleted, right? Every bit of it was fucking gone, right? The only thing I would say Tyler Robinson was a patsy of was the goddamn retards that think they can be a different gender just because they mutilate themselves. He was pushing and doing something for them so they could keep their hands clean. There is evidence that multiple people had foreknowledge of this, and nobody's pulling on that thread either.
and the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. You know, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't.
To her credit, this is the only point she made that was actually valid. But then again, if you also take a look at it, is, hey, the trans fucking army came to me, they brainwashed me and into thinking this dude's some kind of anti-trans motherfucker and he wants to genocide us all. You need to shoot him. You're a better shot than the rest of us. You have the access. You have the capability. For all intents and purposes, it does look like the people in your family know how to hunt. For all intents and purposes, it looks like you were actually trained enough to understand how to work a rifle. It needs to be you that takes that shot. All of a sudden, hey, y'all gotta watch this. Y'all gotta watch the fucking Charlie Kirk debate. This is gonna be something. You're gonna remember this for the rest of your fucking lives. And then all of a sudden, he winds up dead. All that shit disappears from the fucking internet, right? And Tyler Robinson's all about is sending messages. Yes, that was me. I'm covering for you. I'm gonna sit here and write all these messages that just profess my love from a dude who I fuck in the ass, who thinks he's a woman. And this is why I did this. This is everything. Now, I'm sorry. This sounds like Tyler Robinson was not the only motherfucker involved in this. Lance Twiggs knows a lot. Didn't Lance Twiggs disappear after the FBI talked to the motherfucker? Didn't he just fall off the goddamn radar for a long ass time? What about all those cars that were around as they sat around and, to my own fucking thought process, plan this shit out? That seems more plausible than it was somebody else on that goddamn rooftop. And then it does. Well, it seems more plausible that he was on that rooftop than it does somebody else. It's simply because of that reason. The dude's retarded. And just as you have proven, most people are fucking retarded. Anybody that believes your goddamn bullshit after your entire goddamn life literally told everybody this is what you do. If for anybody to ignore all that shit and to say you are the truth. Why? Because we don't believe the government, right? I'm sorry. When the government's narrative sounds more plausible than yours, I have to go with the government, right? I mean, it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson because there were so many fucking prints on that gun. It couldn't have been Tyler Robinson because anything that would implicate him being there, it was a blurry fucking photo. It couldn't have been Tyler Robinson because, well, just because. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tyler Robinson defense needs to hire Candace Owens. I'm sorry. If for somebody who does train other people how to debate, or from somebody who understands this kind of pitch, if you can't beat him, how the fuck are you gonna bring this evidence in court and actually fucking prove it? Unless you're trying to go after the lowest common denominator retard that everybody wants to just fucking follow because they don't know what the goddamn fuck you're ever talking about. Why? Well, it's only the simple accusation that matters, right? It's nothing that follows past that point. It's none of the evidence that ever fucking matters behind that. Unless somebody presses you, it has nothing to do with that. It's the first fucking accusation. And because you couldn't marry Charlie Kirk to take control of TPUSA. My own conjecture, Davey's own conjecture, molding them together. Because you couldn't take control of TPUSA through a marriage to Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk died. Now you must take down TPUSA. Now you must take down Erica Kirk because you took everything from me, bitch. I'm stuck with a British lord that I literally said I would marry after 10 fucking days of knowing this son of a bitch. I met him 1, maybe 2 fucking times and married the son of a bitch. But we can't take that into account, right? Nah, it's not like she was always looking for a good payout, so she couldn't do shit for the rest of her life. It's not like the fact that she sued her fucking college for a campaign of racial hatred because her and her white boyfriend broke up. That she attacked, stalked, and even physically attacked the fucking man. Until him and his friends didn't like her anymore, and somehow it's a campaign of racial hatred. She sues her school. Her school pays her out like $37,000 fucking dollars instead of spending like $250,000 to defend the bullshit fucking thing in court. So they're just like, fuck it, pay her because it's cheaper. And now here we are. Never mind social autopsy, right? Gotta pee.
It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling?
Hold on, Jonah. You're sounding like Candace now. Things were taken down or disappeared off the internet. Vehicles everywhere. Track it back. Track it the fuck back. There are accounts of multiple fucking vehicles being at Robinson's house a week or 2 before this happened. The day before this happened, multiple fucking accounts on Blue Sky, Twitter, lit the fuck up saying, you need to watch, you need to watch, you need to watch, this is going to be big. And then after that, though some of it was captured, after that, it all disappeared. I do sound like Candace. You are right with that. But if you doubt me, take a look.
Everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, 2 things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing.
So what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear.
No, he's right. His paraphrasing on all of that is fucking right. It 100%. Let's track it back.
What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though.
Robinson's parents actually is like, hey, was this you? Robinson's parents actually called the police and he's just like, hey, this might have been my son. He turned himself in, but never said that this didn't happen. And now, because he never said this didn't happen, this is where she got this thought process. Hold on.
But they have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
it was the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
He never said the parents turned him in. He said the parents were saying they thought it could be a thing. But you, in your absolute retardation, just like every other fucking leftist out there, took it in that direction because you wanted to reframe the conversation to suit you. The stupid ass shit that goes on. You twisted words to make it seem like he said something he didn't. Go back to the Destiny clone that I debated. You insinuated I said something. No, I didn't. I actually predicted it. No, you insinuated. Me saying you're going to say this is somehow insinuating that you did say this? Are you fucking retarded, you stupid son of a bitch? Apparently, yes. Apparently, yes. And it is effective among the retarded. Go back to it. The motherfucker literally within an hour and a half tried to restart the entire conversation on a premise that was never said, because my argument was I want to keep the fucking statues up because it is a reminder to me of why we should never go back to this time. When the motherfucker stated, I do find your argument more valid than the white supremacists that were SPLC fucking paid. The dude didn't even know that. The white supremacists that were SPLC paid, if that wasn't their argument. But an hour and a half later, we retract to the very fucking beginning where somehow you tried to say that the goddamn, that the white supremacists were the ones making that argument, and I agreed with white supremacists. The same logical, circular reasoning.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But
But,
yes.
but I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging
What up,
documents.
mother
But I
of the
did.
homeland?
But I do. We can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you just?
Let me on the podcast. I am so fucking sick and tired of you retards thinking that just because you say something, you should be just allowed to interject into everything. You cocksucking fucking faggot ass piece of shit. You want to come on? You want to debate this shit? You want to be another motherfucker to just be insulted to ever-loving fucking back because you are too goddamn stupid to be called human? Hit up the goddamn fucking the email. offlabelpod@gmail.com. I'll shoot another one of you motherfuckers into the goddamn ground. I got no problem with that. But don't you dare demand that I interrupt what the fuck I'm doing simply because your pussy bleeds. Bitch. You want it? You got it. And I'm not holding back. I will insult your goddamn bloodline for being too fucking retarded. You want in? You want in? Do it. offlabelpod@gmail.com. Cause I got no problems with fucking insulting every goddamn one of you stupid sons of bitches. Simply because you're too goddamn stupid to think. I know where you're going with it. I know where you're fucking going with it. And I'd love to smack another one of you motherfuckers down.
Muting this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we
Don't
got
ask
to
me,
the
I will
preliminary
sucker
hearing, and
on
we
you.
understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have
That
statements.
money
It's
to
not like
Mary
Matt Robinson,
Madison
even
meant
though he was
something,
interviewed
right?
that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was
idiot.
interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell.
Wait. So you're telling me the parents of a fucking child are unwilling to accept the fact that their child committed fucking murder? I mean, wouldn't that be every goddamn parent? If your fucking child, your goddamn crotch goblin, grew up to shoot somebody in the face, would you believe your child was innocent? I'm sorry, shoot somebody in the neck in this case. Would you believe your child was innocent? It's your goddamn child. You're going to take your fucking child's side every goddamn time. It is human goddamn fucking nature, you stupid cunt. But because the parents deny the fact. Somehow the parents are the ones questioning, hey, if the gun is missing, was this you? And then all of a sudden, no, my sweet baby angel Aladdin couldn't have done this shit, right? How the fuck did you skip ahead of all of that shit and try to tie it all back together?
Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
No, he did not.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which
The narrative is the fucking parents. I thought maybe this could be him. The gun's missing. Yeah, we already know he's predisposed to be this way. I mean, he's fucking a dude in the ass that thinks he's a woman. But because parental instincts kick in, it couldn't have been him. It couldn't have been him. We need to listen to them after they already suspected their child of being the fucking shooter. But because parental instincts kicked in, it just like you and your little fucking crotch goblin fucking demons running around, you got another one in the fucking oven. Goddamn help us all. Again, retardation needs to be cut out. Root and fucking stem. You're going to sit there and tell me that a child would not accept, or I'm sorry, that a parent would not accept that their child killed somebody. And because the parents say, yeah, there's no fucking way, somehow the parents are the authority on that. My parents would deny half the shit that I fucking did simply because they were my parents. Did I do it? Absolutely. 100%. I fucking did. Every goddamn time. But my parents didn't believe it.
I think you agree with was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was
Because there is more than 50% fucking evidence that was you. You can bring your child in, or we can kick down your door. I mean, we're coming after him. We're going to arrest him no matter what. You can do this easy, or you can do this hard. And because he chose easy,
a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he
pressured
lived nearby
him into
and he was also
fucking
his Boy
committing
Scout
guilt.
leader.
Negate the parents
saying
could right
he's
this
guilty.
second. And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to address
evidence,
that point. I'm just saying.
the bitch is actually trying to say that the police tried to pressure this man into saying he's fucking guilty for shooting somebody just off the off fucking chance. Like they randomly chose a motherfucker to just say, yeah, you're guilty no matter what. That's your claim. The parents actually had the inkling that it might have been my child that did this, and we need to kind of look into this. We need to solve this kind of shit, right? But parents being parents and not thinking that their child is capable of something like that is proof positive that Tyler Robinson is the patsy. The parents thought he could have done this shit. When the parents of a child is just like, son of a bitch, is this you? Maybe, just maybe, it is that person. But because parents being the parents that they are saying, nah, there ain't no way my child would ever do that shit, right? Now that exonerates his ass, right?
That your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, They may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document?
How
correct?
is this proving your point? How is this proving your point that the actual parents thought this could be him? Hey, send me a fucking photo with the rifle in its place because this is looking very suspicious. Oh, this is proving his point. That goddamn Lance Twiggs was logged into his Apple account on a goddamn computer and just sending out fucking test How does this prove your goddamned point? Roll it.
What I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source?
No. I'm not going to address your point. That's literally refuting everything that I'm saying. I'm not going to address that because if I did, it would blow my fucking theory out the water.
But won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and
Trust me,
permanently
bro.
sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would.
Oh, your lawyer's advice, because everything that you're saying is actual bullshit and it could actually be can actually land your ass in court for defamation. Your lawyers are telling you to shut the fuck up on this because you can't prove it. Goddamn, you admitted it, ho.
Utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
was
up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah,
Yes.
that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
If you say anything, you would blow the case. You know, like kind of being there to implicate your son might actually be the one to pull the trigger. If you were to say anything that could actually implicate the dude in pulling the goddamn trigger, he could be put to death. Come on. Parents will choose their children over real fucking justice. You're too goddamn retarded. You would do the same with your wonky ass fucking eye. You would do the goddamn same. You stupid, pathetic ass cum dumpster. You would do the same for your fucking child. To sit there and say that this man would actually be so honorable as to give up his own goddamn son. these parents, this woman, they're so fucking great that they would just give up everything just to find justice. It's your fucking child. If that child came out of your goddamn womb, you stupid cum dumpster gutter slut, would you or would you not put your own goddamn life on the line to protect that child? Oh, you would do it as a mother. So why wouldn't a father? Why wouldn't another mother? It's a problem, right?
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of the,
it's
parents.
him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're no.
Because you refuted my point. Because you got me backed into a corner. I can't accept the fact that you actually just did that. That's what you just heard. That's exactly it. You refuted my point, but I will not accept it, so therefore it can't be a thing.
No, they're not allowed to? Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. So you finally fucking admitted it. You finally goddamn admitted it. What was it? Just like literally 40 fucking minutes ago in this whole goddamn debate, you were you were actually trying to say, let's hear this back. Let's hear this back. Because this bitch just walked herself into a fucking corner. Yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. Whatever, Glenn. Okay. I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison. I mean, was that not what I was saying earlier?
Was that not what I was saying earlier? The preliminary hearing is to say, could this be a thing? Oh, it could? Okay, let's move forward. You don't have to pursue or you produce every bit of fucking evidence in a preliminary hearing. Nobody fucking does that, just like a grand goddamn jury. It's enough to say, do we need to look further? Oh, so you now admit that, yes, that is a goddamn thing, whereas earlier you were arguing, no, that's not it. I'm tired of the retardation among mankind. And for anybody that listens to this bitch, you are the dumbest sons of bitches on the face of this earth. And I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic in any goddamn way. She has told you from the very fucking beginning what she is. It's all made up goddamn bullshit. And she's only going to say what she thinks you want her to say. She is the Candace, or she is the fucking, the Hassan Piker of the supposed right. But she's never been conservative. Never been conservative. I mean, she literally told you her politics changed overnight because of social autopsy. And that was only because the left fucking flamed her ass for social autopsy. And because there ain't enough black conservative women speaking out. And here we are. Cum dumpster is better. I mean, she did marry a man after 10 fucking days of knowing him, and then here she is having 2-3 kids with the son of a bitch, right? Knowing full fucking well this ain't a real marriage. She's just doing this as far as convenience to give herself some money, to give herself some peace of mind, to where she don't actually have to do a real fucking job except spewing bullshit. And the right liked it because she was spewing bullshit that the right liked to hear. I'm sorry. What was that dude? The Murphy dude? Cuck Murphy? Goddamn. What was the dude's name? Oh fuck, the dude that had to come apart on Sydney Watson because she wrote a super chat. It reminds me of the same shit. It reminds me of the same fucking shit. But because she's a black woman and she was saying everything that you wanted to fucking hear because she's a black woman, she was propped up. This is a monster you created, Republicans, conservatives, simply because you didn't want to to take a look at her life as to who she was, as to what was going on. She was able to slip in the back door and fuck you in the ass simply because you liked what she was saying, because she's a black woman. I gotta pee.
But whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
They're saying all of these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
on?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like No way. There's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right?
She's a grifter like
there's
Anna.
a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the
I'm
case,
still
then
gonna
why not
say
take the same
Anna's more
standard
real
for the
than
evidence
this
that you
bitch
present?
ever
You just
would
waited
have
for
been.
trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be
How the fuck can it be your rebuttal to him when his whole goddamn argument is, bitch, you made these claims, let's stick to it? How is that a rebuttal to his shit when he's holding your feet to the fire? Oh, no. Hold on. You got to reframe it. No. You can't let it slide, right? You got to reframe it. He's not here to hold your feet to the fire. He's here to just make you look stupid because he's a TPS plant, right?
conspiracy theories.
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just
TPUSA.
thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which
What
convinces
you're-
me.
It is
What-
overwhelming
Well,
evidence.
but thus far,
And this is
every
just like,
every
that's-
point that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so
Right.
upset when people say they don't find it
If
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough.
Pause in a random fucking part. I'm going to be honest. My wife is right. The salt and pepper fucking beer and the look in a man. It sounds gay as fuck. I understand. But Andrew Wilson is... He's an attractive fucking man, isn't he? Holy shit. The pepper hair. Like it's just sparse everywhere kind of situation, the beard and everything. Maybe my wife has a point with that shit. Maybe my hair turning gray isn't so fucking bad. Let's be honest. I'm going to look like goddamn Picard. My head's going to be fucking bald. I'm just going to have that side hair shit. I already know that's going to be a thing. All right. I am genetically predisposed to that, but for a few years, I'm going to have that. I'm okay with it, I guess. It's gay as fuck, I know, but hey.
Enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too.
The only thing
that's never been
the
my
defense
problem.
wanted
My
to
problem
do
is
was get the death penalty off the table.
Okay.
You're right, Rhoda. That's why you
not
pled
sure I
guilty.
really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
if the state
lecture?
is allowed to use
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is-
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at
funny-
the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That
I'll
is not
explain, I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's
Right.
the law of excluded middle.
Right.
All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the
Kinda
limitation
yes,
of your
kinda
claims,
no, Rhoda.
we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into
Okay.
that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is present.
They had the evidence. No, they didn't. That's not true. This document is a goddamn lie. In the court of goddamn law, ladies and gentlemen, if you actually present a lie as a fucking as a lawyer, you just straight up fabricate shit. Is there or is there not repercussions for that? I mean, you can argue a lie while you're in court. Not a problem. But getting to court, if you lie, is there or is there not a big thing? Now, full fucking context in the grand scheme of things, we've seen it multiple times. It can happen. Could it happen for somebody for the right in the case? What up, Sedan? She talks too much. Could it happen for somebody on the... Yeah, you are right. She does. Could it happen for somebody on the right in some kind of district? The left plays this fucking legal warfare shit. We've seen it time and time and time again. Could it happen on the right? Abso-fucking-lutely. But none of anything that has been brought out so far would make me think that this court case so far has been skewed. You all know me. You've been here for a while. I can actually say that with full fucking confidence. Nothing has, and I still think Twigs is the one fucking responsible. I still think Twigs is the one that is responsible in all of this. He may not have been the one to pull the trigger like I thought he was, but Twigs is still responsible. Why? The DNA evidence that was on the fucking towel only showed Robinson and Twiggs, which means Twiggs was there as Robinson was preparing. Those same fingerprints that are not on the gun is not the same fingerprints that are on the towel that wrapped it up, which makes sense. It really does. But the only fucking evidence that was ever found on the towels were the only two people implicated in this shit. I can't turn away from that. I can't just dismiss that shit. Oh, well, we can go. Why was Tyler Robinson's his fingerprints? They were the most degraded. Long sleeve shirt. You pull the sleeve over your hand. Are you not degrading what is there because you're pretty much wiping your shit away as you fire that weapon? I'm tired of idiocy. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if people understand this or not, but not every person puts their finger on the trigger the exact same way. So if my fingerprint would be lower on the trigger than your fingerprint, and I wrap my long sleeve around my hand, and I normally put my finger on the trigger like I normally would I not be fucking up my own fingerprint instead of you that is higher on the trigger because my finger isn't there to wipe it? Now that couldn't be a thing, right?
And reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R criminal. To be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Yeah. Right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into the
I
evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now?
Because he used a word. Because what she says actually now transcends the point that you were actually trying to make with that video. Why are we having whatever the fuck? Why are we having that? Why are we having that conversation?
Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted
No, you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
And you can hold me to those things, but I would
yeah.
like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about
Nobody was talking about that. What he was saying is, bitch, you have gone above and beyond what the state was bringing in this evidence to sit here and say that Tyler Robinson is a goddamn patsy because Israel wanted fucking Charlie Kirk dead. And because Israel said it, our military was involved. Why? Because they were wearing maroon shirts.
Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you
The
need to
evidence
see
is
for you
fucking
to say
whelming.
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie?
I literally thought that Lance Kirk or Lance Twiggs was the one to pull the fucking trigger. Seeing everything that's come out in the preliminary hearing, I'm gonna eat my words on that one. Oh, fuck. I thought Lance Twiggs with everything, or Tyler Robinson with everything that was going on, all those messages and everything, it was to cover up Lance Twiggs's complicity in it. Now that still could be a thing, but my ass was taking it to a point that Lance Twiggs was the one that pulled the trigger and Tyler Robinson was covering up. I can't think that now. And now I think that, of course, Lance Twiggs was involved. That's indisputable at this point. But Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger.
Charlie Kirk.
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson.
She saw the evidence
to at
before
least
you did.
see evidence.
Of course.
That, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when
She does have a valid point here. She does have a valid point here, especially since Lance Twiggs was actually questioned and then disappeared. When you disappear like something like that, there was something that you didn't say that was actually truthful to us, right? Because why the fuck would you disappear? If you said something, we believed it. Why the fuck would you disappear? Oh, shit. Because if it turned out to be false, your ass would go to jail too, right? This sounds incredibly fishy. It's not a federal case, Candace. Yes. But it should be still held to the highest standard, though, correct? This is just about a black woman marriage to a white N-word. My white sister went through the two black boys, not men of babies. I'm not picking up what you're laying down, Yellow, but
we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard 100%. The defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them,
That's what
and
I
it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver, and then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack. That's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team.
So because somebody might have dropped a backpack off that they were carrying as they were doing some sweeps and whatever, because they were on Charlie's team, we're just going to kind of look away from that. You have a point. But everybody that was involved with Charlie Kirk made money hand over fist. They were getting goddamn rich. And again, a perfect fucking freeze frame for this, because you can see those wonky eyes bigger than shit. But you know how many times I leave shit on a fucking job site? You know how many times I've been distracted and forget something? But no, that couldn't happen in this, right? Because the backpack was in the fucking... Because the backpack was in the travel of Tyler Robinson. And TPUSA is implicated because it was on Charlie's team. Somebody just dropped some shit off, didn't think about picking it up, forgot it. And because it's on the route that he took, apparently TPUSA is involved. Bitch, you are looking like the Saw doll right now. You understand that, right? Do you want to play a game? Let's play a fucking game. This game, you're losing.
So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and
so who does she think killed Charlie Kirk?
Completely crazy to me that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when
it defies common sense. So it defies common sense that your ass would pave over, would eliminate a stain on everything that you are. So if that were the case, why the fuck isn't Times Square painted goddamn red, bitch? You know how many fucking people are killed in Times Square? So if we're just supposed to let the evidence lie wherever it lies, and we're not just supposed to kind of, okay, you're done? Yeah, cool, let's clean this up. Let's make this look different from everything that it should be, because I don't want to be remembered for the college that let Charlie Kirk die. Oh, so they paved over everything. They changed up everything. They made it look different. It's a crime scene that's supposed to be wrapped up. They got everything that they need from that area. And you are free to do whatever the fuck you want to on your own goddamn property. Because this bitch right here couldn't goddamn take control of TPUSA because she couldn't marry Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk gets killed. And apparently, she thinks the man's blood needs to remain there forever. It needs to look exactly the same from the moment he fucking died. Nothing about the area can ever be changed in any way. So why does Times Square look like it does? Because if that were the case, if you couldn't do that, would we have advanced everything? I mean, literally. Okay, to be honest, what was it, Babyface Nelson or something like that? There's a shop in New York City that literally still has the bullet holes in the walls and everything. They preserved the entire thing from like a mafia fucking hit or something like that. That's a thing. I can understand that. But if that were a stain you were actually trying to erase, wouldn't you change that out? Wouldn't you fill in those holes? Wouldn't you erase every bit of that part of history? I mean, if it was something that you were trying to hold near and dear to your heart, it's not the fact that you bought that restaurant because of that reason. It's not the fact that the restaurant became infamous as fuck because of that reason. It's none of that. It's the fact that a university decided, let's change this up. Just so people don't look at this and say this is where Charlie Kirk died. How many goddamn colleges can say the same goddamn thing then? I mean, every fucking one, right? You're a stupid ass bitch for thinking just because Charlie Kirk was a prominent figure that everybody's going to hold him in the same regard as somebody like, no, I can't even give that. I can't even give that because Martin Luther King, the crime scene was cleaned up and you couldn't tell Martin Luther King was there not too long after that fucking happened, right? Anything and everything that you can think of, as soon as they are done, literally the business or whatever the fuck it is that owns that area cleans that shit up and they're done with it and they move on from that point. It couldn't be that, right?
You heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday.
You've never heard of a paver emergency? And bitch, I pull network cables. I pull fiber. I connect it. When it is an emergency, let's say it's a fiber emergency, like Scott here, like me, there was a tree that fell down. It kind of fucked up the show for a week and a half. Because a tree landed on my fucking fiber line. Okay. So a tree lands on my fiber line, right? It takes it out. I'm fighting for all that. The only thing that proves that that tree actually fucking landed there is the pieces of the tree that is actually what it would have been. So, when it comes to that goddamn point, is there anything left that actually proves that that tree fell on the fucking line behind my house to take out my internet? No. Why? Because I cleaned up the goddamn scene after it fucking happened. You retarded fucking cunt. I'm sorry, I can't say retarded. You can play the fuck out of stupid ass people, which is a bigger sign of fucking intelligence than a lot of others. But when it comes down to really thinking about it, the law enforcement turns over the crime scene saying we're done. And you think that universities should just section this off and this is where Charlie Kirk died? Instead of just kind of cleaning up the area and making it look different so people don't look at it and say this is where Charlie Kirk died, it's often done more often than it isn't. But you think just because Charlie Kirk, the place where he died should be preserved for the rest of fucking humanity. It makes no goddamn sense. It's stupid as fuck, and you are actually retarded for trying to argue that point. I gotta pee.
The dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the
but
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be
Most don't take place on the college campus where there's cameras everywhere. Bitch, on the regular public everyday street, there's cameras everywhere. The college campus is it's a moot goddamn point at that. The cameras are everywhere. There's no way you can get around it. There ain't no fucking way you can go anywhere near any point in life where a camera would not see you. You walk into a store. Isn't there 7 fucking cameras watching you at every goddamn point? Okay, so 7 may be a little hyperbolic if you're talking about like a gas station or something, because it's usually 2 or 3. But as somebody who fucking designs this goddamn shit, I can tell you right fucking now, at least 2 cameras are always having you in fucking frame in every inch of that goddamn store. So because it's a college campus, oh, that's the qualifying thing. It's a college campus. How many times has somebody shot somebody on a college campus and never been on camera? That's the qualifying statement. The college.
The same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take
Right.
for me.
Okay.
Just
I
a
don't-
good.
I don't disagree with
just
that.
a
We haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy? The
Of
government
course,
was involved?
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
Oh.
So my whole thing
Oh, hold up, Jonah. You got a point. There were hundreds of bags left behind that day. How did a single bag become the single? How did a single bag become the single bag to be the FBI possession for added scrutiny? Oh, it was nearest to Charlie, not Tyler Robinson. A great point. Great point. They had no scrutiny guards over on a roof with the easiest access ever seen on Earth. I mean, are we not talking about the butler thing at that point too? How do these motherfuckers keep getting on rooftops that should be secure? I mean, if you were to pin that down, and that'd be a better claim than Candace Owens has ever fucking brought. But because you're too goddamn stupid to know these things, you must believe her because if she's a black woman on the right that says the things you like until she didn't.
is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who
She's not stupid, she's foolish.
they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called
She's not
flooding the
stupid,
zone. You
she's
flood
foolish.
the zone with
She's
tons
not
and tons
foolish.
of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere.
She's
right?
grifting.
And in fact, they actually take away
She's
from
grifting
legitimate
because she needs to
investigation.
prove a point.
Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone.
It's a
That's not
little
even the
hat
claim.
man of the
All I'm
Daily
saying
Wire.
is that the claims made absent. Oh,
And to be
this
honest,
is just
she's
me not
proving
being
it.
convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended, and that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah,
You want to get into it? Would you
Yeah.
guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take
before
an
we
ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
and the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
Let's skip ahead.
Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort
The fluttering of the eyes. She's trying to make up shit. The constant blinking. The fluttering of the fucking eyes. Is she's making shit up.
sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going to
a
ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you-
I.
This is where it breaks the fuck down. After the second break, she goes into defensive mode and tries to say that you're just making shit up because reasons. And the reasons are what? Oh, because you're holding my feet to the fucking fire. And you're straight up destroying everything that I said without saying shit yourself.
Have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it?
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
okay,
get it.
just so we're clear, 'cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's
actually,
talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of principles.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as
Weren't you trying to sit here and say, hey, you can say I don't know, and that's okay. That's okay. But when he pushes you on the same shit, you can't say it. Interesting, right? She literally told him earlier, you can say I don't know, and that's fine. Yeah, you just say it. I don't know. That's fine. But she can't say, I don't know.
I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say,
Oh my God.
you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're
I guess, Candace Owens, I am your fucking daddy. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm your fucking daddy. I'm going to tell you what you can and cannot goddamn say. You retarded son of a bitch. Can't say you're retarded, but you retarded son of a bitch. I'm your fucking daddy. You can't say that, bitch. Are you happy now? Because nothing of what Andrew Wilson said would lead anybody to believe exactly what you... Oh, you're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my daddy.
having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French,
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was.
And that's why you were sitting there at Dollywood with one goddamn bodyguard all goddamn day, right? Because the French Foreign Legion was trying to goddamn kill you, so you're out in the open with absolutely no fucking bodyguarding. Nobody guarding you, except for one motherfucker, right? For an entire goddamn day sitting at Dollywood. The French Foreign Legion is trying to kill me because I said Brigitte Macron is a man, but I spend all goddamn day with very little security around me at Dollywood. Isn't it interesting how every bit of this, everything we've seen with the political climate, this is the only bitch that doesn't need guard. Rest on those laurels for a minute, ladies and gentlemen.
Told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Me,
I also
bro.
passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just
The information, anything and everything that could have been. Oh, the French Foreign Legion was out to kill me because I said Bridget Macron was a man, even though I spent all goddamn day at Dollywood with very little fucking security around me. But the French Foreign Legion was they were coming to kill me. And the Trump administration, Tulsi Gabbard, you need to help me because the French Foreign Legion is going to kill me because I said Bridget Macron was a man. Meanwhile, I spend all goddamn day. All motherfucking day at an amusement park with one person guarding me. But the French Foreign Legion is trying to kill me. Trump, help me.
I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I
I'm not
received
trying to embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Mm-hmm. Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have...
No, you straight up said multiple fucking times, Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Why? Because the military was involved. Why? Because they were wearing maroon shirts. I'm sorry, Andrew. You were dancing around it, but you never fucking hit it. Charlie Kirk was killed by our military at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu because multiple people were wearing maroon shirts. Why was that not the first thread anybody pulled on? It pisses me off. It pisses me off that some of the best and brightest minds of whoever the fuck you are can't pull on this goddamn thread. Won't. Refuses to, because I know full fucking well there are a lot of motherfuckers who actually understand that point. You implicated random ass fucking people in the crowd because they were wearing maroon shirts. Why? Because Tyler Robinson showed up wearing a maroon shirt the first time he was on campus. And somehow our military was involved because is somebody that one of her sources in the military says that maroon shirts are how they identify each other because maroon is not a color that's really worn. You know how many maroon shirts I got, bitch? 4. So because if I wore a maroon shirt on September 10th, I killed Charlie Kirk, or at least had something to do with it. Pull on that goddamn thread.
Any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if
a trans fucking furry getting his O-ring goddamn stretched by another goddamn dude, and they didn't talk about fucking trans issues. Because they stated they didn't. But yet the reason he killed Charlie Kirk was because he was tired of the hate towards trans people. But Lance fucking Twiggs and Tyler Robinson never discussed trans issues ever. But the reason why he killed him was because he was tired of the fucking hate. But they never talked about it. I'm supposed to be that fucking stupid?
you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it.
What
Like
about
I said,
the
you don't
Nashville
get to
shooter?
for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show.
That's what I was saying,
The reason
Museum.
why people find Israel to be an interesting
You
question
need
is because truthfully, Charlie's
$300,000
perspectives
defend your
were changing
goddamn
on
point.
Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much
Wouldn't you
pressure
do it
was being put
anywhere
on
and
not just
everywhere
our
for
government
free?
to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already
Bitch, you sat there and screamed Israel killed Charlie Kirk and our military had everything to do with it because maroon shirts were in the fucking crop. And now to sit here and say that shit? To try to play it off like it's nothing. You tiptoed, Andrew. I get it. I understand. There was a point to be made. You wanted it to continue. And if you would have pressed her on that shit, she'd have been like, no, this is done. Get the fuck out. I mean, granted, you had to do this at her house, right? Her rules. You're not going to smoke, tough guy. I get it. But I'd have been like, bitch, you just literally said that everybody wearing a maroon shirt was in on the killing of Charlie Kirk. So because some random dude wore a maroon shirt and was seen in a video, in a picture, being alone, somehow they're implicated in that shit. It couldn't be that some dude wore a maroon shirt and he was pictured or videoed alone because he was going out there to do something for his family, whatever. Just to get away from his family, from having his own. Maybe he was just a single dude and just it just was there, but because he wore a maroon shirt, apparently he killed Charlie Kirk. I don't understand why people can't pull on that thread. You did it a little bit. You gave it a little tug. You gave it a little tug. But you damn sure didn't 5 fingers fucking deep on that son of a bitch and yank.
Already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons.
A bitch coming off the whole Bridget Macron is a man thing. Is sitting here saying that Israel was killed by Charlie Kirk at the behest of our goddamn military. Because they actually said, no, we didn't. That proves that they did. Because they didn't have to say it. But one of the biggest fucking voices, the most prominent voices here in America, and I will say that, Candace Owens, because Daily Wire kept her in fucking check, became a prominent fucking voice. Because one of the people that are one of the most listened to people, retardation is a thing, we've already covered that, but for one of the people sitting here saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk and our military did it at the behest of Israel, and there's proof because motherfuckers were wearing maroon shirts. I'm just asking questions though, right?
The week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons.
It feels. Oh my God, it feels. Nobody's acting the way I should expect them to act because it's me. It feels. So every bit of your theory is literally based on your insane fucking mind making shit up.
Thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI photo on the president's
pickles
feed
on the sandwich.
Doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica
Look, I
Kirk
came
at
apart a
TPUSA
girl.
participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they
I came
participated
apart
in the
in
murder
Arby's
of Charlie Kirk.
because
So
of
how
a
could I
missing
say that I
piece of
have
bacon.
evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
Bacon is life.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Forget your eyes and evidence because of feels and vibes. Yep.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
they're involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think
Can
they
you
are
just
involved.
stop
Claim.
holding my fucking
No, I
feet to the
said,
fire?
Here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think.
Do you have
So I'm allowed to think. Okay, so I think. I just said I think. I'm allowed to think. So you're allowed to just make up shit and put it into the atmosphere to get retards who think you are the GOAT, you are the truth, you are the next fucking prophet to believe wholeheartedly because I think. There's nothing to back it up. Not a goddamn bit of evidence to back it up. But it's just because I think.
But you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah,
Candace
but like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
if you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's
think.
with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think that if you had full
Can you have
confidence,
confidence to think when you think?
But if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just gonna tell you
confidence.
something.
Andrew, that's no, Andrew, you can't do that. You can't do that. No. My full confidence would be I'm going to be late to work. Why? Because it's going to take me 20 minutes to get there, and I have to get there. I have to be there in 5. So I'm going to be late, correct? That is with full confidence I'm going to be late. What was your full fucking confidence? My feelings.
Yeah, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this
I don't
debate,
have to
and
give
now
you
you're
the
moving
evidence
toward
of
things
why
that I
I
have
think
said that
this.
I think, which I can do.
I'm
allowed
just
to
going
do
to
that.
blame you for
It-
some
it-
random
it's
shit.
not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to
said
my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that
You can ask me anything, but you can't structure what I'm saying. You can ask me anything in the world, but you can't structure what I'm saying. You can't sit there and hold my feet to the fire because my evidence, overwhelming fucking evidence, full fucking confidence that I'm going to be late for work is the fact that I'm 20 minutes the fuck away and I need to be there in 5. That is full fucking confidence. What is your full fucking confidence that Israel and fucking France were involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk? Trust me, bro.
you do not feel that you represented your claim well, And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You
Professor,
can't,
a
it's my
professor
podcast.
of fallacies to say,
nobody's
bitch,
disputing
your
that.
story
I'm
doesn't make
asking-
Like you are
sense.
disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context.
Don't they think they want you to understand? Don't they think they want you to know? Bitch, that's why they watch my podcast. Oh, your podcast where I'm just asking questions. I'm not really throwing anything out there. I'm just asking questions. And I have full confidence in believing that Israel and France were involved in killing Charlie Kirk. Why? Well, you need to watch the next episode. Does this not like this seems like a what was that fucking The Days of Our Lives? Does this not seem like a fucking season of Days of Our Lives? Every episode is a twist. Every episode is some dumb shit. And to figure out why, you need to watch the next episode. This is the Days of Our Lives version for our generation. It's fucking pathetic. Okay, and your thought process is fucking dumb and based on no evidence, you absolute dunce. Yes.
And they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature.
Are you goddamn motherfucking kidding me? I can make a false claim right now that Iran wants to kill me. I've got no evidence to back that up. I just have this feeling. So I send it to the FBI. I send it to the DO. I send it to our highest forms of fucking government that Iran wants to kill me right now. Are they going to take me seriously? Absolutely not. So when you say France and Israel was involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk, and you sent it to Tulsi Gabbard's office, and they didn't reply, well, that just proves the fact that they're involved. It couldn't have been the fact that they think you're an insane fucking bitch, because there's nothing that could back this claim up. But because they didn't back your claim up, they're involved in it.
So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually
let's just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like,
It was kind of weird that I made a fucking claim and the president of the United States didn't take it seriously. It's kind of fucking weird that out of nowhere, hey, look, if France is trying to kill me because I say Bridget Macron is a man, Israel and France were involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk, and the president doesn't take me seriously? Maybe because there's no evidence to back up the goddamn claim. Because if you are who you say you are, if you were that kind of person, they would take you fucking serious, correct? Oh, because you made a claim and it's all bullshit. But you sent all that information over just to cover your ass and they didn't respond to you. It's weird. It's weird that they didn't back up your claim. That's not how this works. I mean, it is now literally how our politics works. And to give her a little credit, it is kind of that way now, but not this administration. I'm sorry, not this administration. If it had been Joe Biden, it would have passed. It would have been pushed. If it had been Barack Obama, it would have passed. It would have pushed. If it would have been Bush, Clinton, it would have passed. It would have pushed. But this administration thinks you're an incredible fucking nutbag. And there ain't no goddamn way that you can be found credible in any fucking way because everything you've been saying is straight up fucking horseshit and everybody knows it. Look, Bridget Macron actually fucking proved through medical fucking documents she was born a goddamned woman. Does she look like a man? Fuck no. The bitch looks like goddamn E.T. Let's not try to beat around the bush. She looks like E.T. needs to fucking phone home. If the bitch doesn't look man, she doesn't look woman, she looks completely goddamned alien. Can we admit that, America? But through fucking court documents, through medical fucking documents introduced to the court, the bitch was born female. It's amazing how she never talks about that shit though, right? How she lost that shit, straight up lost that goddamn shit and owes money for it. But it's amazing how she never talks about that loss, right?
like from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Pass down that message to Tulsi
Wait, what?
or Trump.
What the fuck?
Tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign
And it's just that
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's pass down who giving them who told you that, or you're just saying here's what I heard from
And
somebody.
I have this information.
Sure.
And of
Okay, I
course,
went too
if they
far.
wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from
went too far.
Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
Did we go way too fucking far back? I only hit the button twice.
And that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like,
Perfect.
yeah.
So if they do contact
So in the first email that I sent them, I didn't give them every bit of information. It was just like, hey, the French Foreign Legion in Israel wants to kill me. Help. And there was no response. So because there was no response, the government is complicit in the killing of Charlie Kirk because they did not respond to you.
contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case.
Yes.
Because
You ran out of
so
baloney?
if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk.
That's
so
why
he
we're
has
all
that.
pissed.
There's no
And if you
baloney to
do
go
say
around
that
here.
and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
yes.
Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
Because
think
you're
about that, Andy?
insane.
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to
We're still going? Yeah, we're still going. I don't know what the fuck that was. My entire fucking system just went black. Ah. The only thing I got left is a video card. Anyway.
say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA,
Well, we don't
had a
know-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if they
how
didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it was
And
a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
How could they? Because they know your every goddamn step. It is the federal government. They know us better than we know ourselves. But how could they not look into a credible fucking threat? Because they didn't talk to you. If they didn't look into a credible threat because they didn't talk to you, if they would have even think it was a credible threat, if they would have actually looked into it before they even fucking talked to you about your goddamn claim, to make sure it is credible. But if they did look into it, if they decided that this ain't shit, throw it the fuck away. Does that or does not make any fucking sense? But hey, here we are. No, because she didn't hear anything back from them. They didn't do a goddamn thing.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you
nothing
send
to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's, you kept saying like you go and you make a report, if think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And I
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
But
Let
government.
me
he
ask
did-
one question.
but
Let
what
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is, in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here.
Black
I do
screens
think
matter.
that
Right?
at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's
Who's
offices,
this weed shit? You got a mouse in your pocket?
that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources? You're
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing that's funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because
You built up a rapport with your audience of goddamn least common denominator retards who you can literally say the sky is fucking purple and they will believe.
Like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy. All the police believe it's a conspiracy. Everybody believes it. How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
wanna,
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
but
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about
You're
Andrew
not,
Colvett.
though.
His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA.
You have literally
So
tried to
when
deflect
the crowd turns against Turning Point
and
USA on the
reframe
basis of a
everything.
lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not
think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR
the
there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How would that be a legal goddamn pickle? To stand 10 toes down into what you fucking think. How would that be a legal pickle? Oh, because that means that you know what you're saying isn't fucking true. So therefore, it could be a legal pickle if you said something definitively that isn't fucking true.
How would that get you in a legal
I
pickle?
think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
She
Does
will
that mean
never
that you do
answer
think
shit.
so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the.
So because 80% of all fucking murders are committed by somebody that the victim actually knows, that 20% means nothing, right? So because 80% of all fucking murders, doesn't matter what it's for, you find out your bitch is cheating on you and you snap, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. That 20% that isn't the people that they know, well, that's just got to be pushed to the wayside, right? Especially on a political. Did anybody that know the man that shot Steve Scalise? No. No, they didn't. As a matter of fact, I can't even come up with the dude's name in my fucking head. But yeah, the Steve Scalise was attacked at a fucking baseball game. Does anybody remember the name of the dude that did that? Unless you're kind of psychopathic. Or you were really in depth into that. No. So what does it matter, whorebag?
Backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the
They
police
gave back
trusted
somebody's fucking
everybody and
personal
didn't just hold
property.
things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video. If you don't mind,
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play.
It couldn't be the fact that the motherfucker was actually instrumental in a whole bunch of shit, political wise, here in the United States to make people actually start paying attention to what's really happening. It couldn't have been all that, right? It couldn't have been all that. Nope, that has nothing to do with it. But because they didn't bow to Candace Owens's fucking accusations, somehow it implicates them. Okay. If that's the case, Candace Owens, you fucked 90 goddamn dudes last night. Oh, you don't want to respond to that? You don't think it's worth your time because 90 fucking dudes? How would you ever fucking do that? Well, that's proof fucking positive that you fucked 90 dudes last night.
Of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
you
so what's she
fucking did.
complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no.
Right.
So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They
But
made an arrest.
I don't understand how would
because
any
you
of this
never
make her
go
complicit
give
in
away
any
your
way?
full
Well,
fucking.
I've already told you. She was
Think of it like a Texas Hold'em game, right? 2 cards are placed up front for everybody to see on your hand. You start bidding on that with the flops and everything that comes out. There is a determinate winner by the very fucking end. Same fucking concept, you stupid bitch. The same concept.
she's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I
Right.
do.
Are you
believe-
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when,
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing.
Right.
You probably don't want to
well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond
doctor
to
in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes.
That what you're
I'm
actually
a
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica
I'm a
is
Erica
victim.
was,
complicit in believing
and
it.
when
I'm
I
a
re-examined her
victim.
actions
I'm a
backward, because
victim.
I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys
I'm a
make it seem like
victim.
I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity,
Hold
before
on.
anything happened,
And this bitch is just like, hey, you remember all the steps that it took for me to come on here? Yeah, they're doing 10 times worse. But I didn't know. I didn't fucking know, right? God fucking damn. I will say this, ladies and gentlemen. It's like 12:30 my time. I was going to hang in there for the entire thing. At 2:50:20. We got some more we need to cover later, but I gotta get my fucking ass to bed. I'm drunk as shit right now. And I don't want to fall asleep on stream because I'm tired as fuck. My ass worked today. I thought we were gonna cover more, but hey, this shit happens, right? Let's see what we got going on, cause my ass needs to go to bed. Well, the only one available right now. All right. Let's go over to the third railify here. And you tell Dave he needs to get his ass back. Anyway, until then, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate hanging in here this entire time. I need to get my fucking ass to bed. I was going to cover this entire goddamn thing, but we got more. We have more. We need to do more with this. I'll be back tomorrow covering the rest of this, and then we'll get off into the members only shit. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the fuck out of every single one of you. It is time for me to crash the fuck out. Love every single fucking one of you. Tell Davey to get his ass back. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, have a good night. We'll see you again tomorrow.
And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, when everybody thinks they know ya, and y'all don't even know I own ya. And now I'm ready taking over, cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.